hij dan?
Daar is hij dan. Ja, want hier binnen zie je geen borden. Hier binnen zegt hij 2 Mbit of zo. Dan leg je buiten en die 50.
Vandaar dat er buiten wat...
Ja.
Oh ja.
Ja, moet ik mijn telefoon nog even uit de auto halen.
9 uur ben je? Of,
Inloop, ja.
Inloop, ja.
Ja.
En dan beginnen om...
Ja, we beginnen om 10 voor half, dus 20 minuten. Dus
Zie
die is een mooi tijd.
Laten we jou even laten
Ja.
regelen.
Thanks. Ja. Mooi. Is dit een verlengsnoer voor ons, Michiel?
Ja. Dus ja, zo is gek licht hier. Komt allemaal een beetje groen eruit. Groen-geel is het, ja. Dat zie je ook een beetje.
Precies.
Zo, goed gered. Hier kan ik er nog afleggen. Er zijn ook verschillende IP-adressen die ook. Ja, ik heb even die. Dus, ik heb die andere volgens mij. Eerst deze twee. Ik heb volgens mij die 100. Ik heb deze hier zo. Dit is 100. Die heb jij ook. Deze. Ja, dit is 100. Ja, dus moet ik sleutel aan deze doen? Ik denk dat je IP-reeks even gaan zitten. Dan kunnen we even kiezen. Ja. Er zijn 2 verschillende IP-reeksen die we hebben. Dat zijn verschillende. 2 nee. Nee. 10. Nu is het 10. Oh, staat er al in.
doet deze, toch?
Ja, maar ik heb ik heb natuurlijk een bloesje aan. Daar hebben wij wat moois voor natuurlijk. Hebben we voor alles hebben we oplossing. Dus deze. Dan hebben we dat audio onderscheiding. Die kunt u omdoen.
Ja.
En dan moet deze onder de blouse.
Onder.
Ja. Ja.
We zijn al live, hè?
Ja, je kan de audio toch dicht. Je kan de audio dichtdraaien.
Ja, maar dat is wel goed.
Ja, deze boven.
Heb je in de broekzak?
Nee.
Ja, thanks.
Jawel.
Als ze steeds terugkomt, wacht even.
because we have organized this event to mark the end of a couple of very interesting projects we run for the last 3 years. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I forget I have to use 2 microphones. One is for the streaming and the other one is for the room. But this is not the only thing which is going to happen today. Today is special because the very heart and soul of this project, my colleague Sebastian Piest, is going to defend his PDEng thesis today. And this thesis is the result of this 3 years of research and one of the most important deliverables of our research. So my role today is quite minimal. I'm just here to welcome you and to introduce our speakers today. But before I do that, I would like to show you a photo we made together 3 years ago. Here in the corner, here in this hall. And this was the very first day of our work together. Back then we kicked off the ICCOS project. Well, you see on these slides a couple of our goals. So back then we promised to design a shared data infrastructure for companies, and in particular small and medium companies in logistics. We also promised to build some sort of platform that includes this data infrastructure, which we call an industrial data space, but also includes all kinds of services, data-driven services, using smart logistic technologies to improve business operations, to streamline supply chain processes. And also, we promised to develop some educational materials with which we can transfer knowledge from research to the industry and help small and medium enterprises adopt these kind of technologies. So this was our start point, and we were together in the project with EMOS Group, with King Nederland, Logapps, Districon, DeltaGo, and FEMA. After a couple of years, of course, we had some results booked, but then there was another call. So we thought, okay, research is fun, but it's for boring academics. So why not taking all of this research and putting it really to work in a company, in a real environment, to test whether our ideas are feasible or not. So this is how REAL was born. We applied for funding for 1 year to see whether we can actually build a platform that uses an industry standard in terms of data standardization. That's called OpenTrip model, but also contains what we now call tricks, but actually they are smart agents based on reinforcement learning technology that are meant to help companies deal with planning problems and other types of operational issues. And at the same time, we continued on the idea that we want to transfer as much as possible our technology and knowledge to practice. So we also complemented this platform with teaching material and ideas around building a learning community around our projects. This time, you see the names of our partners here on the left side. Some of them are partners that we had in ICCOS as well, so these 2 projects are very tied together. Actually, REAL is the result of ICCOS. This is what we promised back then, and today the idea is to show you what we did and if we kept our promises or not. So, what is the agenda today? In the morning we will have all kinds of presentations, most of them coming from our own project results. We have a very interesting keynote, which I will introduce in a minute. And after, around lunch, we will walk outside. Lunch will be served here in front of the room. There is a poster market, and you can informally talk to each other, and we can also think about other projects to come. So I hope we don't stop here, because it seems we kind of work well together, so it would be a pity to waste such a nice collaboration. And in the afternoon, well, then we have, if you can bear with us till the afternoon, we have a very nice presentation by our friend Sebastian that organized all of this event, and he is going to defend his thesis, and at the end we will have drinks. So having said that, I am very glad to introduce the keynote speaker of today. And he is Nana Schrik. He is a supply chain manager at Evo-Venedex, and his talk is about the state of the industry with respect to the use of data in logistics and adoption of smart technologies. Nana, you have the floor.
Thank you.
And all the microphones.
How many?
This one has to go around your neck.
Yeah.
And this one you can forget.
Wow.
Okay. No. Yes.
Yes, it's working.
Yeah, and now your presentation. Where is it?
There.
This one. And you also have this clicker.
Yep.
Just press the. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Nana Schrik. I work for the Dutch shippers organization Evo-Venedex. And it's an honor to be here today. Sebastian, thank you for the invitation. We will talk about the supply chain of the future today. But before we start talking about the future, we will talk about today. If we talk about supply chain today, I think everyone in the industry sees that the world is on fire, I would say. There's a lot going on. Delays in shipping, transportation, all kind of issues. Disruptions is the key word, I would say, over the past period. And we have to deal with it. And obviously, the supply chain manager has to deal with it. So he is the one with the water. Disruption. We've seen a lot going on, from vessels that got stuck in the Suez Canal up to several other issues that happened in the supply chain. We have seen that Shanghai was in a serious lockdown over the past period and has now opened up. And we all know, as people in logistics and supply chains, that when goods start moving again, it will not go smooth. We will see a lot of more disruptions going on. Also in the US, we see supply chain managers getting stressed out, throwing in the towel. And on the other hand, we see a serious impact of the war in Ukraine, where some of the people say, well, this can be the end of globalization. So over the past decades that I've been in logistics and supply chain, I have not seen these issues to this extent. What we've seen in our members, we've got 15,000 shippers as our members, and we are doing regular research among them. We see these top 5 of disruptions. 75% says, well, we don't have sufficient raw materials to deliver the finished goods. We have a shortage of personnel, energy prices going up, logistical disruptions, delays in transport that I mentioned already, and an unpredictable demand that's going. So if we look at supply chain, we come from a quite stable global environment. And now it's disruptions all over the place. And the question that we received most during the past period is, when get things back to normal? We don't see it, that it will be normal again. So it will be fluctuating again, and we have to deal with this as supply chain professionals. Other than that, 80% of our members experience big challenges in international trade. And half of the respondents mentioned they cannot handle the growing order intake. That are very interesting signs. We also know that there is huge stock. There's no warehouse space available in the Netherlands. So yeah, we see the huge impact of on supply chains. And obviously what we see that there's a huge inbound disruptions, mainly from China. That's logical, of course, with what happened in Shanghai port, and that will be an overdrive in the coming period. And there's more disruptions to be expected. Now, when we speak to professionals, they say, well, this is all COVID related. But as I mentioned, there are many, many other influences and things going on. COVID, at the beginning, we should be focused on washing our hands, but there's more going on, and that we all know. We have the climate change coming up, biodiversity, and obviously the war that's going on. What we also know that in the global environment, there's the things are not stable currently. If we speak about, no one ever expected Russia to enter Ukraine. But what do we think of Taiwan, where a lot of major suppliers are located? So we have to be prepared in order to be ready for the future. Now talking about today, and now we go on to the future. What are the characteristics of the future supply chain? And I think they are not rocket science. But there are huge things going on. We have to change from a linear supply chain to circular supply chains. That is really important. And if you think of it, there will be interesting topics popping up. For example, your customer will be your supplier ultimately. And it will be a very unreliable supplier as well. So we have to deal with these kind of mechanisms. On the other hand, things will be transparent. Also by using technology, you have to report on your CO2 emissions. You have to report where you are sourcing. The topic ethical supply chain is popping up more and more. So also customers need to know, where are my products sourced and what do we need to do in order to get the whole supply chain transparent. And with this unstable environment, I think that's also one thing we see. We need to become extremely agile as companies to deal with this. Also in terms of sourcing, we have seen the high dependency on sourcing in China. And then when COVID kicked in, many of these companies were looking at each other. What should we do now? Do we have a backup scenario? And many of them didn't. So we have to become extremely agile. And not only when it comes to sourcing, but also in terms of customers. Is your biggest customer market, is it in Asia? Should you have a backup scenario, for example, in South America? We should really think about these topics to become agile in order to deal with all these disruptions that are coming up. So we should become really better in responding to what's happening instead of the forecasting modeling that we're so used to. There are several means how to achieve this, and you guys know this better than I do at this University of Technology. Technology is obviously a very important means to achieve this and to deal with this. Robotics, that's coming here. Looking at the shortage in personnel, we need to take steps in putting robotics in our supply chains. On the other hand, we also know that human capital is key to really make the change and really get the drive for innovation. And finally, collaboration is also very important to achieve this, where trust, I put it on top there, trust is the oil to get this done. You also know here that local networks of people working together, and that we have seen already in the presentation that was just shown, working together on innovation, that is key, and learn from each other. So collaboration for me is the oil to achieve this. And our professor, Eva Venedek's professor at Nijrode University, Jack van der Veen, he really mentioned supply chain should be in the lead for driving new business models. And that's maybe one thing that is really taking supply chain to the next step. Supply chain was really a cost center, but we should really be in the driver's seat and add value for the business. And we are there yet, we are not there yet, I would say. We need to act now. That's what I'm saying. But where do we begin? These supply changers, that was a network that I started at Evo Venedex, about 100 supply chain managers joined now. They're dealing with all these kind of challenges. Long-term, short-term, firefighting. So they're working on today. They should think about tomorrow and also about the day after tomorrow. And they have limited time to do so. I will get back to that later. And finally, I want to state that these professional networks that we are starting are extremely important for collaboration within the chain. And 74% of the people working together in chains, they know each other from professional networks. So that is really the base for starting innovation, I would say. And this model, this McKinsey model was there for a long time already, talking about innovation, 3 horizons of innovation. The first horizon really focusing on 1 to 3 years, the second horizon 2 to 5 years, and then really looking far ahead. What we see, and that's also not a new thing, that these supply chain managers are focusing mainly, especially now, on horizon 1, working on the challenges of today and a little bit of tomorrow. But I think here, we are here as a community to really drive and inspire them with Horizon 3 to come to new solutions. And I think also one of the things that is, that's what I'm seeing at least in practice, is that we are still so much focused on this business case thinking. And that can really stop innovation to a certain extent. What is the business case for sustainability? What is the business case for becoming more digital organization? That is really topics we need to think about. And to my opinion, we need those we need them to drive the innovation. That's why we started an initiative together with TNO called Supply Chain of the Future, where we really want to help the supply chain managers to start thinking about the day after tomorrow. So first of all, we really going to look at what is going on in the world in terms of financial inflation issues. Furthermore, is there more geopolitical disturbance? What do we expect? What are all the experts thinking? What will be the main topics that are working on those supply chains for the coming years? After all, we need experts like you here to really say, okay, we really should focus on these kind of topics, and then together with the market, together with the supply chain manager, we want to take steps and innovate. And out of that, out of these learning communities, that's of course the central word that I see more often these days, out of these learning communities we will get new questions and new steps that can be done. And there we focus not only on the front runners, you see the riders there on the side, not only the front runners, but also the platoon, that we really get to start moving, not only those 10% of the companies that really start innovating. No, it's really about big numbers. And that we aim for in this program. Now a little bit back to reality. That's also, I think, one thing we should not forget. We did quite some research, and I think Sebastian also made use of quite of the research that we've done. Looking at the communication between supply chain partners, how is it going nowadays? We see 80% of the group of these supply chain members communicating via phone and email instead of all this other technology that we have nowadays. And on the other hand, we see also to a large extent registration out of the existing IT system. So we have double registration when it comes to transport operation, when it comes to billing, etc. I think that's a waste of time. So we should get rid of that as well. But we have to know this is reality. Sometimes when I think of how does a typical shipper look like, how does a typical IT environment look like, and I think still nowadays, the average shipper has 4 or 5 systems in place and connects these with Excel. That's how it's working nowadays, and we should not forget this. Talking about digitization, how we look at it, because we also want to make this tangible for our members. We say, well, first of all, you need a digital core before you can do anything with data and analytics. So first, make sure that the processes are clear, that there's a clear digital strategy, the right culture, and the right system in place. And that's also the maturity level that most of the companies have. If you have the right data in place, you can start sharing them in phase 2 with different type of connections, of course. And phase 3, you can really optimize making use of the data. And our ambition is to have all the companies in 5 to 10 years in phase 3. And also another topic today, phase 4, you can do more things with data. Drive innovation, enter new markets, but also think of new business models. Then I come to the end of my presentation of today. I think like Mr. Bean here, we should start today with this. The technology is available. There's a huge gap, I would say, still between theory and practice that we need to close together, that we can do by implementing the learning communities and innovate together. Use the Horizon 3, the long-term model, to drive the innovation now. And also, really, really important, make contact at the right maturity level of the companies you're working with. These are my 2 cents for today. I wish you all a great day. And if you have any questions whatsoever, send me an email. And good luck for today. Thank you. If there is a question, I can take it.
Well, I have a question. What is, in your opinion, that motivation that makes small and medium enterprises join these kind of learning communities?
The motivation is different. So it needs to add value from the start. I think that's very important, I think, in many cases. So what I've learned is that they are most of the time they are really solely working on innovation and topics. If they learn from others, the benefit can grow. It also needs to be fun. That's also a very important topic. So those, I think, it adds value, it's fun, and should give results immediately, and also inspire them to think for the long run. I think those are some ingredients to start with, and speak to them in their own language. That's maybe the hardest part.
Hi, Marianne Benneker. Thank you for your presentation. I'm curious to know in which phase the collaboration with TNO is, and if the sector is going to benefit from the research that you're doing.
Yeah.
In which way?
Well, we have recently started, so we're now actually working on the first steps, getting experts ready to give us input on what's going on in the world and what will be the biggest, what will have the biggest impact on supply chains in the future. So we have just started, and I think the sector.
The sector in this research?
The base of this is the group of supply chain managers that we have created. So there are 100 companies connected to this. And we will add more people. So it will not be a program that's only there for let's say 6 months, but we will drive this continuously and see how we can help. And it's also for us, we will also learn from it and what will work and what will not work. Yeah? Okay.
My name is Marcel Woutsen. I'm on the transport side. And is there any room for transport companies to step into these initiatives as
Yes, we are a shippers organization, so transporters will be there, they can enter as well, but we would like to start with the base of, okay, how will supply chains develop, and then later on, talking about, now TNO is, for example, highly involved in AGVs, of course, and some tests that have been done over the past period, that we will also combine in this, this project that will come out of these big steps. I'm not sure if I'm making myself clear, but the transport companies are definitely welcome to join.
I think it's a good step, because if you bring them on too late, then maybe they have some good ideas as well. Plus, we will talk about integration today, and integration means data integration. And if you ask the average transport company, just looking at the top 50 in the Netherlands, they are actually pretty much struggling with simply connecting.
Yeah.
So if you want to go from your step 1 to 2, you need to connect. You need to start with that quite early. So if there's any room.
Yeah, we are in close contact as well with TLN. So of course about this. So that will work out fine.
Alright,
yeah.
Thank you very much. We have
welcome.
Oh
wow, thank you very much.
Personally imported wine for you.
Oh
and,
wow.
And again, thank you for also providing a valuable insight with the sector service for our research. Highly appreciated, and we will make sure that we start moving in your model.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, our next speaker is Gerard Alders. He's director of the EMO Service Center, and his talk will be about the pilot projects we run together around the architecture of a control tower for EMOs, and we also had a project around an international data space and several other data-driven projects in the REAL.
There's one microphone coming, and then we're all good.
Feels a bit bionic now. Yeah. So, yeah, I can. I think I can already, with the talk of Maria, and talk 50 minutes about something else in ICCOS, or it's an enhancement of ICCOS. First, Maria, you said we started 3 years ago. I have to fact check that, of course. So we'll do that. Nana was talking about, I think, 3 important elements: circular, transparent, and agile. And when I hear this in the background, I hear industrial data spaces. So it's an important topic also for today. He was also talking about trust. I think that is an element that the techies forget, that there is a human side. And one of our projects also confirmed that trust is extremely important. It's also nice that he is emphasizing the importance of networks. I know a guy who is extremely talented in building networks. In fact, he organized this day. So, Sebastian, we really will hear a lot from you, and you will build a lot of networks. And the final point was Excel. And so, you see my name here. You see Emons. I'm leading the Emons Service Center. And in short, you could say, what is my goal? My goal is to kill Excel. Nah, that's easy. Well, it's easy said, but and my second goal is to kill email. So then I think I hope to achieve this within the next years. A nice goal. So Yeah, it's Emons. Of course, I briefly have to introduce Emons. I'm not sure. We are in the top 100, so even in the left-hand line, number 43. It's an extremely nice company. It's family-owned. We are talking about SMEs, small and medium-sized, so it's quite medium-sized. It's international. It is focusing on niche markets, which is nice, but it's also challenging, of course. Gluing together all these different niche markets is quite a challenge. It has a nice turnover, and what is extremely important, and I think family businesses have an advantage because they are not looking at the next week and the next month and the next quarter. They are really looking forward, and also that's why I was giving the opportunity to join these type of projects, and projects of which we know it will not result in immediate benefits, but it will build to the foundation of the company. The niche products or the niche services that we provide is this super large trailer. I'll give you a small animation of this. And there is this special glass transport where we excel. There is this wonderful company called Hofmans, where I was talking about Excel. They don't, they also use Excel, but they also use still the plan board with the cards, and so we will remove that over the next year. Special mushroom upcycling. So there is a super green element also to this because you can get energy out of this. And the Emons Service Center, and that's my department, you could say, or I have the honor to lead this. And we're providing services internally and also externally. Now this is the trailer, so it is really huge. So if you, there are, I think some of us live in houses that have less cubic meters than this one. So you can see there is a lift on the back-end side. And what is quite interesting is the way it is loaded. So if you talk about innovation, I think the person who invented this really thought out of the box. So we are the first 4. And you can imagine that you cannot transport everything in these type of trailers. If it's very heavy, of course, you cannot do this. If it's very high, you cannot do this. So from an information point of view, we need to be very keen on what kind of customers we have. So the other interesting thing is that between the tires there is no X. So the question is how on earth can this vehicle run safely? So now we're going to the bottom side. And there is, at the end, I was surprised the first time I saw this. I thought, okay, now everything is loaded, fine. You can close the door, but no. There is something special, you see here and here. So also the room is, the lift is used as a special device, and then, of course, there is a lock. So this is one of the services that we provide. In the center of everything we do is making connections. So this is making connections you can do as person to person, so the personal networks. But making connections, there is also more and more the digital element. And of course, this guy who is very famous said, well, every company is a digital company. When you say that to the people within most of the transporting companies, they will say, no, we're moving goods from one side to another side. And he's saying, no, you really are a software company. So, and I think both are right. But then we heard it, the world is changing extremely fast. And one of the things that we say internally is that we know nothing. So that's good. So if you know that you know nothing, then at least you are ready to ask for some help. So we knew that we needed some help, but where do you get the help? And then suddenly we saw this. It's the Industry 4.0 supply chain coordination by ICCOS. After half a year, I still had some problems understanding exactly. People say, what does ICCOS mean? So it's the Industry 4.0 driven supply chain coordination for SMEs. And there are 3 goals, and these 3 goals are exactly what we were looking for. So we thought, okay, let's join this group and see whether we can. Yeah, and this is the fact check. So yes, 3 years and a couple of weeks we were here, and so there was a kickoff. It was a nice kickoff for the first time that we met each other, and with all our different views, all our different ideas, our different ambitions. But we immediately felt that it felt good, and it felt good because we were all looking for something, and we knew the broad direction, but not exactly what. And but there was a lot of energy, and so that was great. So we started this journey 3 years ago, and so I just wanted to pick some of the projects that we did. So the first one was this whole idea. In all the papers, they were saying, okay, Industry 4.0, that's great. It will give a lot of benefit to everybody in the supply chain. And we were looking, and we were saying, okay, who is using this? And if it's so great, why is not everybody using Industry 4.0? And we said to one of the students here, we said, Dennis, can you have a look? And here, one of the elements indeed was trust. There are a lot of reasons why not to do this, but one of the reasons was trust. Then we said, okay, let's, if we want to go into this the industrial data space in a control tower, what are the key components? How does it look like? And so Miriam built with Archimate. With Archimate you have a lot of different layers that are connected together, so they're all the functional and technical layers. And she made a nice overview and also 7 elements of, so she covered all the literature, and she came to a 7-layer model, and the 7-layer model we are still using. Then we said, okay, there is also another component. So if the supply chain of the future, what does it mean for the people, the jobs and the pods, especially something that Marcel leaded this project. So what kind of people do we know in the future? How can we prepare them? What should we learn them? What kind of culture? What kind of knowledge do we need? What kind of attitude? So that was a nice project connected to the 3rd goal. Then we had some clever analysis. It was especially in the area of data mining. So we knew the data mining is something that's a new promise. And indeed, this tool called Fleet Hours is a tool where we are, if you put it negatively, controlling, but if you put it positively, correcting erroneous data that the driver entered. And there is this question, okay, if you go through all the logs, what can you tell? And you see some of our, we call it countries, so some of our officers are very active, some are not. Some of the fleet managers are active, some are not. Sometimes it takes a long time, sometimes people do it at the end of the week, etc., etc. And this is the power of these types of analysis, which is great. And then we said, okay, we also hear a lot about EDS. What is EDS? So Ewout, can you tell us what EDS is? And after 3 months, he was still a bit puzzled. What is it exactly? So can we use it? Is it out of the box? Can we go to a shop and can I have 3 kilos of EDS? Or what? How is it? And there also, I think, the University of Twente joined this consortium in Germany to know more about it, to be part of this wonderful project, but also a big project. So Ewout also developed a maturity model for EDS. So when we go to customers and they want to join the EDS, we can very quickly check, okay, here are perhaps some areas that we should focus upon. Then some of the smaller things, and so web scraping, that's also, it's a tool, it's nice. There were also a lot of students on, they call it Module 3. And the students, we have given them some special tasks, and this one was incident handling. You can imagine it with these big trailers. Sometimes they bump into something, or something goes wrong, or something is broken, the lift is broken, a driver is ill, whatever. So how do these incidents enter the head office, and how do we process this, and what kind of tools can we use for this? That was quite nice also for the students to really understand how difficult it is if you are in a day-to-day job, and how vast all the variances of incidents that can occur. Then there is, of course, in the center, we are busy turning this whole company around, so upside down. So in the center of everything is the driver. And the driver, okay, what kind of communication do we do have with the driver? And how can we train the driver? How often do we train the driver? And what kind of emotional connection do we have with the driver? That was a nice project. The second, I think that was last year, the second Module 3 went also a bit, they moved away from technology more into what are people really doing. And so you can have a design, an organizational design, but when you go really to the shop floor, there is a lot of people are doing that we have no clue. So we are sometimes surprised also how difficult our colleagues, difficult the processes are on a day-to-day basis. And then we, of course, our friends of Bullet surprised us with a wonderful AI solution in a very short time. So we said, well, we have these tender requests. There are 1,100 lanes, and okay, guys, can you give me a price? So which lanes are interesting for us? And is there a possibility to combine lanes that the customer didn't even see, but with artificial intelligence, we might be able to see this. So that was great. Maybe we're going to tell something about this also. And of course, Real. That's the spin-off of, they were involved also here, especially the question, when do you refuel? Now, it seems a simple question, but there are a lot of elements around this simple question because of the differences in prices, but also the difference in countries. And sometimes you are moving away from a network, sometimes you're entering a network. And finally, thanks to ICCOS, we're also part of this bigger initiative. It's the Dutch Logistics Data Space, where we're together with TNO, we are trying to build a data space, but the data space is very much where we are involved in something called Federate. And the nice element of this concept is that you own your own data within the data space. And only when you apply certain rules, this data becomes available to certain parties in the data space. And that is, I think it's a great concept. And it really, if you talk about the trust, it can bring us further. Now, this is the journey of 3 years. It's quite a journey. We were talking, I was talking to Marcel earlier about this. And in the beginning, so 3 years ago, we didn't even know what IDS was. And now, when you're moving, you don't see how fast you're moving, but when you look back, you think, oh my God, it's quite an achievement. So, I only have 50 minutes, but maybe it's, I already passed it. But if I look back, if I can summarize it, if I look back, I can say, okay, we needed some help, and we did get some help. So thank you very much. Oh, comment.
Yeah, if I go back to the slide where you showed your project, you said 3 years ago we didn't know what IDS is. We didn't know either. Only this week we have the first prototype, and it's a small prototype, in which we have an actual IDS working in an IDS connector store in another project called Piest. And I'm really happy to say that that's very abstract architecture that we started with 3 years ago now became a bit of reality. Also, when we started the problem was kind of boring. But if you look now how relevant it became because of this war, now it's really important where you refuel because prices are jumping up and down every day.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, it is abstract research, but eventually it has so much relevance for practice.
Yeah, because in practice you use the rule of thumb, but in a very dynamic, turbulent environment you cannot use it anymore.
No. So.
All right.
Okay.
For you, Gerard, a very nice talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sebastian,
and
for your
also
support.
for you a special important one. Okay. I hope you enjoyed. And I hope we can continue our nice collaboration.
We will.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Now, the next speaker is J.P.S. She is senior purchaser at Sala. When we started the project, she was manager at King.
Yes.
Right.
Business consultant.
But in halfway through, we had another partner in the project. And she's going to talk about a very interesting spin-off of this ICCOS project, and it's about vaccination logistics. Because right in the middle of ICCOS, Corona came, and suddenly, supply chain management and coordination of medical supplies became very relevant. So this is you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a great honor to present our results, and thank you for the invitation, Sebastian. My name is J.P.S, and I will give you some results presentation today. Shortly, I will introduce Isla, then myself, the results, the four results we gained from this project, and at the end, a wrap up with questions. So Isla is a top clinical hospital, and it's the largest top clinical hospital of Holland. And we are located in Zwolle and in Meppel. We have 1,250 beds, and the main location is Zwolle. We have outpatient clinics in Kampen, Heerde and Steenwijk, and we have 7,000 healthcare providers who gives healthcare from their heart. We do have 640,000 people in our surroundings for who we provide care and highly specialized care. We have a collaboration, it's called Improve Ziekenhuis, Improve Hospitals, who they are working on a project to improve healthcare in an innovative way. I am J.P.S, and I am an old classmate of Sebastian, and during our master study, International Supply Chain Management, and so we connected, and I'm really glad we connected. So it gives me also, it helps me to become better in supply chain, and it's lovely to have met you. I'm a senior buyer at Isla, and I started during the pandemic, COVID-19, and it was a great challenge because of all the disruptions in globalization, in getting the materials for our patients, but also for our caretakers. Sorry. So I made a dashboard, and for protective equipment, but also for the materials of our patients. It's based on usage, bed occupation rate, maximum capacity, and the visualization. What are the results? Also, IDS project, as the for speaker mentioned, we had no idea. But it gains us insight that we could cooperate in the supply chain for materials in a better way if we could get fully connected in the supply chain. And our current system is full of customization, and that is what we do not want anymore. And therefore, we are going to choose for a new ERP system, and so we have a better future in collaboration between our logistic providers and our suppliers. Then we had research done by the student of University of Twente. It was for her master thesis, and because of the disruption in our hospital, we are searching for a tool for a better forecast in the ICU unit. And I know Excel isn't always the best to have, but it gives us the opportunity to make a tool and a planning forecast. Built on the planning of our operating room planning, surgical procedures, and the bill of material is used for getting the forecast, and that is a very great implemented. It's great. The results are great. I mean, and it gives us reduction of express deliveries, but also ad hoc activities of our employees. It's reduced, and also the costs of speed deliveries, ad hoc activities, but also invoicing is reduced. And what Maria just mentioned, vaccination logistics, there was a challenge of TKI Dinalog, and we took up this challenge, and we thought, well, what can we do with our hospital case of the dashboarding? What can we create, and what is an innovative way of supply the inoculation program within Holland? So what did we do? Sebastian and I have met, and we planned pressure cookers with several persons within our region. We connected with the University of Twente, who expressed their interest, the citizen science approach we used, and also we had a citizen science session, and we used the 21cc app for pandemics. Our research is mentioned in our report, and it's inspired by military and event logistics and humanitarian aid mission planning. Oh, there's something missing, sorry. And it's based on the 4C framework. 4C framework is standing for Cross-Chain Control Center, and also the dashboarding is of our hospital is aimed on this framework. The hospital case study, and it's nice to hear also from you, Nanne, that building trust is the key within supply chain. That is also what we've noticed. and it's the tool. This tool is developed also by TKI Dinalog, and it's successful implemented within our hospital, because we saw, because of the disruption we had during the pandemic, to have logistic providers and also our suppliers that we could trust on our suppliers and on our logistic provider. What we have built is also from at the bottom, you see the cross-chain control center. We built here the overchart, the chart, the flow chart of how supplies have to be done within inoculation program. The use of the app, the 21cc app, it's an app you can use for e-learning. It's an app which contains the possibility to learn for the job you are working for, but also you can get inside information of the design of the planning of the plant or the inoculation program. So it's very easy to use. You can use it on your any device you have. So it's very great to use this app. Then from the dashboarding, the vaccination program and IDS program, we have made control model for our hospital, together with the together with a chain manager of logistics within our hospital. We read how the collaboration between our logistic provider and the hospital has to be taken care of. And also here, building trust between the parties. And we are searching and needing commitments for on a strategic, technical and operational level. Not only today is important, but also the future and 3 years ahead. What does it? What is its goal? Also incident management, logistic, the planning and transportations of the goods, also the assortment, not only the needed assortment, the preferred assortment, but also an alternative of the assortment which is used within our hospital. Inventory management, shelf warmers and invoices. And it's implemented at this moment. So it's weird. The result is that it's implemented and that we are gaining new insights for the nearest future. And how is the future going to look like? And I hope sustainability organization of the supply chain within our of material goods within our hospital. Integral capacity management, patient logistics and material management is going to be I'm sorry, I forgot the word. Afgestemd, aligned, okay. And artificial intelligence, which is used already in our hospital, but mainly for caretakers, but it can be used also in data analysis for better material management. That is my presentation for today. Thank you very much.
Because can you also share this with other hospitals?
Yes.
These findings?
Yes.
Okay, so
there is a community improve hospitals, and there is also a new collaboration. It's called ZIN, and within ZIN, it's going to this dashboard, etc., is going to be present also there, and so the other hospitals can use this dashboarding. Yes. And also our Minister of VWS is also joining this group. Yes.
All right. Yes. Thank you very much for joining the journey.
Yes.
After
Thank you.
completing the master and coming to the university.
Yes.
So I also have a special imported wine for you.
Okay.
Hope
Thank you.
Enjoy it.
Yes.
And, also take the opportunity to publish your work.
Yes,
together.
I will.
And,
okay.
To be continued.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, you've seen testimonials from logistics, from healthcare. It's time to have a third application area, this time from office management. The next speaker is Arjen Karsten. He is a business solution manager at Veenman. And Veenman is part of the Xerox company. So we are moving towards printers and document management solutions. And he will be talking about the projects we carried out together with them during ICCOS.
Yes, good morning. Yeah, okay. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here in the eastern part of the Netherlands. It was a quite journey for me as well from the west side of the Netherlands this morning. I'm very proud to be here because thanks to the university, but also from Sebastian and Maria, we started. I think that's the main lessons for us. We started finally. And the start of an evolution towards data-driven decision making in the conventional printing market. As you probably know, the printing market, as we are as part of Xerox, is declining. It's no issue, it's no problem. That gives us opportunities to do new things. But we are quite conventional. The segment is quite conventional, and we had a dream. We dreamed to let make data work for us. And this opportunity has given us the opportunities to start. And I think that's the big conclusion for today. I made a presentation. We have two members leading from the company. My colleague Hanneke, she's director. She's not available to join today. And me as my person, I'm responsible for the part of marketing, but also from strategic projects. I'm leading up an internal project team for defining strategy for the Xerox company, the Netherlands, but also for Veenman in the Netherlands. We do it with some people from management. And business intelligence, artificial intelligence was a dream for us. So I said, okay, I will do it. And I started 3 years ago together with Hanneke, because I believe one is none and two is better. And the flow for today, short overview of Veenman, our journey, we see it as a journey, from theory and curiosity to first action, from canvas to enterprise architecture, and from enterprise architecture to data insights. That was our journey, and I will talk about this. And finally, let's data make work for us. We had some conclusions, but also some next steps to go on. 103 years old. We are traditionally a family company. In 2008, I think in the 60s, we were bought by Buurman Tetterode. In 2008, we were bought by Xerox. We are located in the center of the Netherlands. We were 100 years located in Rotterdam, but we moved to De Meren. We have about 70 persons who are working for Veenman, but we are part of the Xerox Netherlands organization. Xerox Netherlands is dealing with the big top 200 companies in the Netherlands. For example, the University of Twente is a customer for Xerox, but also the Rijksoverheid for 20,000 devices. All the vaccination program, which you which had the digital process, but also the paper processes, was done by Xerox. So we do a lot of for the Rijksoverheid, for example. Veeman is specifically focused on the top 200, top 750. Dus we are the biggest. We are focused on the larger, mid-sized enterprise companies in the Netherlands. We do a lot. We do a lot of printers. I think that's the main focus of us. But since 10, 15 years, we do also a lot of software. And the DNA for our company is always improving and doing new things. The Corona helped us to accelerate us to do new things on IT services. We are preparing a big overname. We will buy a big company in the Netherlands the upcoming year to go faster into the IT market. And we started with some IT. Device as a service, which we already do with printers, but also now from laptops. Our pride, 1,500 customers, and we have a managed print fleet of 17,000 devices. And this is the fundament of our research. We started, I thought it was 2 years ago, but it's 3 years ago. Really fast. If you go from the pilot scope, we had an active fleet of more than 70,000 multifunctional printers in field, which are located over there. All of these, 90% of these devices are directly in contact with our service center. They are providing data to our service centers for supply chain to send toners, waste bottles, but also data from optimizing supply chains. But we do nothing about it. So that was a sort of dream of us. We have to go more digital. We have to improve. First of all, because Xerox is an American company, it's always cost control. So that was part one. And the second part is Corona and COVID. Because we have a very big issue at supply chain at this moment. We have a lot of non-satisfied customers, but because we don't have any bottles of toner and parts. So we have big issues. So this was also a generator for us to get insights where we can improve. Because if you can improve in the processes in the supply chain, then you have better supply chain to your customers. So it helped us also to accelerate. So our main goal was to create a foundation for gaining new insights into the performance of our fleet. More specifically, to optimize the service profitability, making margin, make accurate cost calculations, and increase customer satisfaction. Customer satisfaction because we are delivering the right parts in the right moment, but also we are a very competitive market. If you have insights about your fleet, you can also do better tender business. We also have some tooling for artificial intelligence to know which type of tenders we should written on, but also it gives us insight which device on which place and which price. So this is something which we really would like to. The result was the first action I learned a lot of in this project, the Smart Tech Human Touch Canvas. I saw it for the first time. I was looking at it. Okay, so finally with Dutch logical, I felt it in together with the guys, and we see that was a good fundament for us to start our project. And then you can't build a house without a foundation. We're also telling it to our customers, but also our salespeople and to our internal personnel. And we didn't have any foundation. We had a lot of software, SAP, Navision, and a lot of other things. We didn't have enterprise architecture, so that was quite new for us. And there was a project, so we invited to have some students. They're over there, David, Maarten, Jelle, Thomas, together with Sebastian and Maria. They did a project, internal project, and did some interviews. We gave them data, a lot of data, a very lot of data. And they created for us a report for them, I think it was 20 pages, about our enterprise architecture. So they delivered an enterprise architecture for us, because that's the foundation to being in control of data. And they use a specific methodology. The International Data Space Association is used for this project. It was quite new for me. I can't tell you yet what it is, but I'm very believing that's the way that how you're dealing with this. It was the right way, because we're very happy with the report, and we provided it out to our IT department and the persons who are dealing with Power BI. So that was the result of the first phase. But they were very eager, and they saw a lot of data, and they asked us, can we deliver something to you which you can have some insight of your fleet already? Of course. And they gave us a bonus, and we got the first BI insights after analyzing some provider data. So we got more information about specific devices, because we will make the scope look at devices to manage devices in some specific verticals. So we were very happy with that. And then we go to the next phase. We did a project with the University of Twente, with some students, with Sebastian, Maria helped us. We found an external partnership because we don't have the knowledge in the Netherlands, and we had a knowledge, we have a network, and we found a company who helped us to do a sort of first pilot with us, and Viemen. And think big, we believe in think big, but act small. We gave them, we had a sort of pilot scope, find controllable, quick wins for 2% margin improvement in supply chain. So we give them data, 6-year data. It was massive what they got. They said to us, give us some months. We had a project meeting, so we had got some updates. And we give them some insight about customer demographics, relationships and engagements, device and technical. So they had specific pillars to look at, to find correlation, but also find some steering information to help us to get more margins, but also to be smart, to get a better, more smart value in the supply chain because of the issues of COVID. Now the results, I have made some screens. It was a report, I think about 40 pages, which give their insights and controllable insights about our way to go. And very, very, very interesting for us. Sorry, we are part of an American company. American company is very data security, and I can't give you some insights, but I made some print screens, and believe me that the insights have helped us to get a better supply chain driven by data. So I think this is for us the start. And as we are as a rookie and quite new, this project helped us to get more internal commitment, but also commitment from Xerox point of view, to embrace data to make it happen, because data will work for us. From dreaming, because we had a dream, to action. And we are in a starting position to optimize our value chain with the support of our internal colleagues. We invested in Power BI. Xerox is looking at us because we have some interesting insights to get a better performance of our fleet. So we made adoption of Power BI in our supply chain processes. Thanks to all the ICCOS project members, also from Iemons and Christopher van Isala, because that was the nice thing of our project. Specific organizations, specific theories, and yeah, it was also nice to have to talk about that, because every time you get some insights. And of course, University of Twente, but also TKI Dinalog, who has supported us to help us to improve our supply chain. It's our turn now. With the help of Xerox, which invests a lot of BI and artificial intelligence, we made a start. And I think that's our biggest conclusion, with the help of you all, that we have an adoption to get more information to make decisions about data, but also to better have a supply chain for customers, customer satisfaction, but also from our tender business. And beneath are 2 experiences and lessons learned for me, but also for my colleague, Hanneke. So I think, yeah. If you're interested, I saw printed examples in the lobby. So it's good for us because it's money printed. But to be honest, I can send you the digital version of the English, but also for the Dutch part of it to our conclusions. Do we have any questions or remarks, or was it quite clear? Interesting? Maybe not interesting?
Well, I have a question.
Of course, Maria.
So you said in the beginning that your business is increasing somehow.
Yes.
Because it's more, it's becoming like
digital, yeah. But
on top of this, we have Corona.
Yeah.
I was curious, do you see, how is the relation between increasing your resilience as a business and this kind of solutions? Do they help?
Yeah.
Do you think they help?
If I understand you correctly, I think the declining, our market is declining. So we do a lot of printing, of course, traditionally, but also we do a lot of very digital solutions to our customers, because I think 40% of our business is already software. But still, we need the volumes in the printing to get money to invest in new things. Before the Corona, I think it was we lost about 35% of print volume in the Netherlands because of Corona. And even I don't print anymore. So if I understand your question, this helped us a lot, because it was a sort of acceleration for us, but also to get more people, because we're quite conventional, it's a quite conventional market. Our management also see this, okay, we need this to accelerate, so the adoption is bigger now. So we have a lot of help now, but also budget, but also Xerox is looking at it, what we're doing in the Netherlands, because it's helping us to get more control, but also to get more supply chain issues to have satisfied customers, because we have a lot of shortage of supplies. So now we can manage supply chains, but also manage which device on which type of customer, because it helps the supply chain from sustainability, but also from cost for satisfied customers. So it's good. Yeah? Satisfied? Okay.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Maria.
Also, thank you very much
Thank
for
you
joining this very nice project, and
Yes.
for the very pleasant collaboration.
It was.
Very nice to see from curiosity to concept to architecture, data into practice. So very nice journey. Thank you for sharing, and
no problem.
to be continued. And I also have a special wine for you.
Okay.
Hope you enjoy it. And
I will do.
We'll have some coffee and tea served outside, so we can get some energizers for the next part, where we will dive into the real project. So thank you for now, and I invite you to go outside and have a look at the posters.
Don't say dive into the real project, into the real project.
Real.
One.
Okay, now you have the coffee. I hope you are full of energy because now we move on to the second project. So in the first project you saw our research was more explorative. We had different application areas. We experimented with all kinds of technologies, ideas, but now with REAL we went in depth and the focus was more on machine learning and actually reinforcement learning to solve all kinds of operational and decision-making problems in logistics. And why am I saying I need your energy? Because this part is going to be technical.
Yeah.
So
don't
now
be panic.
You will learn about formulas and programs and mathematics. The nerds are now talking.
Yeah.
The first speaker is Ali, my colleague Ali Gezosoglu, and also Amin Asari. They developed a couple of algorithms. One was based on reinforcement learning, the other one was more the classical operations research approach based on mixed integer linear programming algorithms. And he used these two approaches to compare the quality of decisions for dynamic logistic processes. Okay. And the concrete problem they took was how to decide when to refuel trucks when they are already on the road. So I give him the floor to explain his results and to show what his findings were. And he used both synthetic and real data coming from EMOS for the test.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. That's a really great honor to me being here to present our part of research. My name is Ali. I'm a postdoc researcher at the University of Twente. I'm working with Maria, with Amin Asadi and Martin Mesh, and also Sebastian. I've been started my job here 1st of November 2021, and it's been like 7 months, I think. Yeah. For now, I'm very happy to present the first results of our project. Okay, the project is reinforcement learning platform for small and medium-sized enterprises in logistics. Okay, this is the outline. First of all, I will explain the case study and what is the goal of the project. And I will go to give you a real example about the problem, what's the exactly problem. And in this project, we developed two different models. One is the deterministic model based on mixed integer linear programming, and the second one is based on Markov decision process. Also, I will present the solution methods, both solution methods. Also for the mixed integer linear programming, we develop a robust optimization to control the uncertainty prices for the fuel. And at the end, I will present the results and conclusion and compare two different results that we have. Okay, as we know, during these days, years and months, because of the corona and because of the wars and whatever, there is a global inflation in the world, even in the prices and whatever, for government, also for the companies. So the problem is that how the companies can deal with this inflation and price increases. Okay. Here, this project which supported by Emon's group, and the main goals of this research is try to, first of all, define the problem, what is the problem, and then see what have been in the literature up to now. And after that, we will see some mathematical models and solutions, and try to find the good and near to optimal fuel policy. For the data mining, we try to collaborate with Martin and Björk, right? Yes. To data mining, that's a really nice platform. He will explain what they're doing. And at the end, this result should be publishing in the scientific journals and conferences. One of the conferences next month, a real project will be presented in Finland in one of the operational research big conferences, which name is Euro 2022. Okay, let's start with the problem. Suppose we have the route, something like that. Okay, you start from here. Okay, a truck start from here. Wants to arrive here. Okay, as you see, we have 5 different routes with different colors. Here, this is the first route, the blue one, the dark green, there is the orange and green and black one. Between each route, there are some fuel stations, and some of them have detours. You should go out of the network to refueling and turn back. And some of them, for like this, there is no detour or a small, really small detours. Okay, the goal is that how this truck, this guy, can decide when and where and how much refuel can put to the tank of this truck to arrive to the destination with paying less money to refueling. Okay. Don't be panic. I don't want to go to the details about the mathematics. I just want to. Those are the sets for the. I'm just presenting because maybe I have not enough time. Those are the sets presenting how we can model the problem. Okay, I just want to present the results. I'm skipping from the mathematical part. Okay, let's first of all, yeah, here maybe this is the goal. The goal of this is arrive to destination. This is the red one. Over the finite planning to determine where and how much and when we need to refuel. Okay, this is the first model. This is the first model based on the mixed integer linear programming, which is a deterministic model. Okay, we minimizing the price of refueling based on some constraints that important for the company that Emmons. If at the end, if anyone want to go to details, don't worry, I'm here to go to details. But I think it's better to skip because most of you maybe from the not from the university or. Okay, this is the first model. Okay, for this first model to controlling the uncertainty on the price, we present a robust counterpart. Okay, with defining this variable, this is like a nice min-max problem. This is this. Oops. Sorry. Okay, this constraint should control the uncertainty for the prices. Okay, and the rest is the same, more or less. This is the next model. This based on the Markov decision process. We try to define the model, see the problem in another way, which is based on the Markov decision process. For this Markov decision process, we define the decision epochs in some points where each truck should decide to refuel or not. We call it them decision epochs. The states, we consider the two-dimensional states, one based on the tank level and, one based on the refueling and one based on the time driving, maximum time. Because according to the European rule, each driver should drive at most 9 hours per day. So this also control stay in the same way. And we have the variable fuel level, okay, and those, okay, let's go. And the action. Action means at which point, at which gas station, the truck should decide to refuel its tank or not. Okay, we consider with ZI. Also, there are other things like this because we are allowed in each route, each trucks allowed in each route refuel at most 2 times. Okay, we consider this 2 times. Okay, this is gamma should be 2, and we consider also this binary variable, which is xi. Okay, should be 0 and 1. Which when it's 0, it means truck is continuing driving. If it is 1, it means at some point it's trying to refueling. Okay, and this is the state transmission, which is we say that the future tank level should be the tank level of the previous state plus the refuel if it refuel on the station, minus the amount of fuel that's used during to arrive this station, minus if it do detours or not, and this is controlling the maximum driving time. Okay, we also have some rewards if we in each node we considering this reward if based on the lambda function, which thanks to the Emmons group, they define this function depend on the detours. If we have a big detours, it means the lambda is smaller. So if it's smaller, it means that we are not able to minimize minimizing the reward. Okay. Also, with this terminal reward, we are sure that each truck will arrive at the destination with at least with lower bound of the tank. Okay, we also need to consider lower and upper bound for the tank. So I will show you some experimental results. Okay, first of all, let's consider the real data. Okay, it's 12 routes started from Vennendal to Hamburg, and from Hamburg it goes to Lunenburg. But those reds means from Hamburg to Lunenburg, the trucks are not able to refueling. They're just going there. And from Lunenburg go to Bolton. Some go to another city and without refueling and go until arriving to this destination. Okay, so we want to see what happened with two results, with two models. The result of this small example. We consider the initial level of the tank of each truck is 225 liters. The lower and upper bound of each tank is 100 and 800. Minimum of refueling at each gas station is at least 200 liters. We consider for each 100 kilometers 20 liter amount of using the fuel for each truck. We consider medium speed of 6 kilometers per hour, and maximum start at each route is 2 times. Maximum driving time per day 9 hours, and number of nodes for this route is 136 nodes. Number of fuel stations 112 stations. Total distance is more or less 10,000 kilometers from here to arrive here, and number of days according to this speed we consider it takes more or less over 20 days. Okay, here you see some results. For example, each line of those are the result of each route. Okay, let's consider this is the first route, second, and sub routes are divided, and all of them are the big route. Okay, here you see that there are two different methods. MILP is based on mixed integer programming, and MDP based on Markov decision process. Each of them, we analyzing the tank level at each point, at each gas station, how much should be. You can see it depending on distance and the detours they are doing. You have the tank level and where they are refueling. The green one is the refueling of the based on the MDP. It says, for example, in the station 5, it should refuel 259. Okay, but the MDP says, okay, at the station 1, take 200 liters, and the station 4, take 320 liters, okay? And the same for the rest, till arriving here at the end, okay? At the end, you can see the tank level at the end says, maybe I forgot to put another, okay, I forgot to another slide. Okay, this is not, suppose this is the last station. It says at the last station the tank level is 300. It shouldn't be like that. I forgot another. Okay, this is the last. Stop that in the destination says the tank level should be how much should be. Okay, so here there are some results to see what's happening for both models. Okay, the blue dots are for the reinforcement learning MDP, the red dot based on the MILP, and the green for both of them, where they are refueling. Okay, let's suppose we have 100 and all the fuel stations from 0 to 136. Okay, and this is the base of the lambda function. The lambda is bigger. Okay, you see reinforcement learning try to make the bigger lambda. Okay. The both in 4 places they are refueling the same posts. Okay, the red MILP says okay, more or less MILP says okay between 0.99 and 0.998. 0.99 says okay, let's refuel in these places. Okay, this is some analysis that should be interesting based of the lambda. Okay, the detours I mean, based of the fuel price. Most of them try to refueling at the small, this is the fuel price, okay? Let's say for the fuel price for each liter, and this is again the fuel station. Most of them try to refuel in the price between 96 cents or 98 cents. reinforcement learning try to take another refueling in some places, which I think is near to reality. It takes to try, okay, if I refuel in this place, what's happening? Okay, here another thing is based on the amount of the refuel per liters. Okay, those reds MILP, as you see, most of the times, in 4 times, they try to refuel more than 400 liters. Okay, maybe it's not likely for the company. Okay, it's maybe better to. Okay, the blue reinforcement learning says, okay, let's try in more stations, but something between 200 and 400 liters. Because, you know, for example, if you put 800 liters for the tank, maybe the tank should be heavier, the truck should be heavier, and it going up forward will be a little bit maybe difficult. Okay, this is near to reality in my opinion. But at the end, this is a summary of the results, and they say the objective value, the gap between MDP and MILP is 5%, something like that. Okay, total refueling, MDP says 2,950 liters, but MILP say 2,961. Okay, this is the total destination that both of them pass. Those are different because some of them do different detours because these are different, but the difference is not that much. The number of days, both of them 20 days. Number of nodes, the same. Okay, the time of refueling, MDP tried 12 times refueling during this road. MILP tried 7 times, but as I told, MILP tried to refuel in higher. Okay, let's say some also it's near to 100 liters, which is maybe it's not near to reality. Okay, that was the. I'm sorry, I just 5 minutes and 3 minutes, and that was a real example with the real data. We also try to generate some data to see what happened if we're generating some data. Okay, those dots here are considered the price, and those lines you see up and side is the variation of the price. It's something between 5 to 20% variation. Okay, it means if here the price is 2.5, okay, we have between 20% up and down, we will have the variation. Okay, the robust also try to, we want to see robust how to deal with this problem. There are some other experimentation for the random instances. We have the number of routes. We have with 10 routes till 50 routes. The number of nodes for them is from 136 to 553. The total distance is between near to 700 kilometers to 2,700 kilometers. And you see this gap is between MILP and robust with 500% deviation, with 10% deviation, price deviation here, and those are the gap in percentage. Okay, it's less than 1% means. It means that robust is controlling in the best way for the uncertainty. Here, this is the gap between the MILP without any uncertainty with the MILP and reinforcement learning approaches, which is more or less between 3 and 5%, which is acceptable maybe. Here we have also some big results, which starting from again 10,500 routes, you can see we have something near to 400 nodes we have, and those distances are too huge. It's for sure more than 200,000 kilometers, and those are the time of the time for the solving the MILP. Okay, you can see with this big 500 routes, 6,476, the MILP is able to solve it in 500, and it's less than 10 minutes. Okay, this is in seconds. Okay, and the same for the robust. Those are the very fast. It's extremely fast. And this is the gap, again, the same gap MDP is able to solve. I solve it till 100, but we need to improve that, and I mean, we need to solve for the bigger problems. And here there is another, maybe, this is a different for the fuel variation. You can see if we increase the inflexibility, increase the data uncertainty, you can also decrease the fuel consumption, because it depends on the uncertainty that you are deviating. There is another, the same things you can see, those are really near to each other. Those are for 0%, 5, 10, and those are based on the number of roads and the objective values. You can see they are really near to each other for most of for all of them, actually. So in the next step, the real needs to have the real data with the office talk that Björk will present. We actually have a nice talk with them to how to create the real data from using the office talk, and for that we need to have the real data with using office stack, and then we will try what's happening. And again, in my opinion, the reinforcement learning solutions need to be improved because we want to use Dynaplex, which is one of the university tools, the Department of Industrial Engineering. This is the Dynaplex. We use the neural network to improve the real reinforcement learning solutions. And it depends on the Emmons group. Maybe we can add more details and constraints to the problem and see what happened to solve the problem near to reality. As I said before, next month I will present the project and results in the conference, one of the good conference in the operations research in Finland. And the conclusion for sure in the future will be published. Okay, those are the conclusion. Up to now, MILP model is extremely fast and create nice bonds. Okay, we have upper and lower bound nice bonds. Robust optimization also control the uncertainty. MDP model is near to reality, in my opinion, and try different ways to refueling. It's near to reality. Both models up to now present the optimal or near to optimal policy for small and medium-sized instances up to now. Sorry, maybe I passed the time. That was fast as possible that I was able to. Okay, thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, ladies first.
Please.
Very impressive. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Merci.
Out of curiosity, maybe you explained it, but then I just missed it.
Yeah, sure.
But really impressive what you just presented.
Thank you.
So last week, Germany announced that they're going to lower the fuel prices.
Okay.
So is it already in the model then that a trucking company can decide not to do the refueling based on the two models, but based on where is the best price?
Yeah,
or is that already in it?
That's the basic of the models.
Oh, so I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends on the price. If the prices are lower, go refuel there. Otherwise, it also depends on the detours also. Okay. Yes. But the price is very important.
Yes. So
yes.
It's dynamic. Then.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. It's more a comment. So you did a great job.
Thank you.
And projects like this have multiple heroes. And one of the challenges, we always see that the university is doing wonderful work with mathematical models, but getting the data, it's almost like the university thinks it's there. It's never there.
Yes.
So it's always dirty, it's incomplete. So you need people to support such a project, doing the hard work of getting the data right. And that person is here. He's sitting over there.
That's the hero.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Thank you for Sam. Yeah, actually he helped me too much for gathering the data, and we had more or less weekly meeting every week, and sometimes some maybe conflict with each other, but at the end we are here. I'm just presenting a teamwork project. It's not my project, it's a team project that's supported by Emon's group, and thanks to Maria and Sebastian and Marta Mej and Amina Sadi, which is my colleague here. And I'm just representing the research that group have done up to now.
I also have a question.
Yeah, sure.
So I looked at your presentation, and is it correct when I'm saying that milk is better, faster, and more? It gives you the optimal solution.
Yes, yes.
For small size problems?
For both, for small and big size. Up to now. Big size, it depends what do you mean deep big.
I'm trying to figure out when the Markov decision process is better than the milk. And I think
you know,
the question is it doing better when the problem is of large sizes?
Yeah, okay.
Or not?
Yeah, it's not, maybe it's not good things to compare them with each other. I mean that, because in my opinion,
but there is a whole debate in
academia
if reinforcement learning is able to replace in some situations the milk.
Up to now, reinforcement learning, I mean milk is better than reinforcement learning for both small and medium and big sizes. But milk solutions are not near to reality. As I presented that, for example, MILP says, okay, go to these fuel stations and refuel 700 liters, which maybe is not near to reality, am I right? It's refueling is 700 liters, maybe it's not the good things for the truck. But reinforcement learning try to find something near to reality happening in the real life. Okay, it says, okay, go to these fuel stations and refuel, instead of 700 liters, refuel 500 liters. The truck is not much heavier and go maybe better and faster, not because if truck is heavy, when it goes to the trip, it use much more fuel. Okay, when it's near to reality. But by the way, for sure, reinforcement learning should be improved, should be smarter. Because we are using the double pass algorithms, we need to add much more steps, not much more, but several steps to have a smarter model, and then let's see what happens. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Yeah. Also for you,
thank you very much
for your contribution. And very nice work.
Thank you.
Very well done.
Thank you very much.
We have a nice Italian wine for you.
Oh, thank you. Great. Thank you very much.
Yes. All right.
Thanks.
Okay, well then.
Yeah, I need to go. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We move to our final speech today. Finally, we get to hear something about the human factors. Marcel Wouters is going to give a talk about his.
I would, but
after the demo.
Oh, sorry, I messed up. Bjorn first.
I don't think I can present what Marcel wants to present.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. So Bjorn Goossens is one of the owners of Bullet Digital.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bullet Digital. He's also our former student, and they started their companies while they were still studying. And now they are moving towards global outreach, and they have their own platform, and they will show you. He will show you how he did it and what the platform can do.
Okay. Thanks for the introduction, Maria, and thanks Sebastian for inviting me to talk here. I'm going to talk to you about OfficeDoc.ai, a platform for the logistics industry that we are working on. But first, a little bit of background. Together with my colleague, Martijn, he's now on holiday, so I can present today. We have our own company, indeed, Bullet Digital. What we do, we call it strategic software development. So it's kind of the more involved struggles and questions that companies are dealing with. We make software solutions for that. A while ago, Martijn was doing his graduation at Albert Heijn, also under Peter was helping him from the company. And Sebastian was his graduation daily supervisor, I believe. And so that's how he got in contact with Sebastian. And from there on out, we kept in touch, joined the ICCOS program. For instance, the tender selector agent that Gerard was already touching upon. I'll show that a bit more later. And there was a really nice demo that we gave, a proof of concept that we made. But then, we were full of energy, like, this is doing something. We want to, provide that to the company to actually use in production. But of course, then you run into the question of how do we get the data? Where do we run it? Stuff like that. And from there on out, the idea of making a platform to facilitate that better started growing, also with Sebastian. And we've been working on the platform that we now call OfficeDog from then on out, also within the context of Real. You will first be asking, why is it called OfficeDog? And it's, we feel an office dog, like the actual dog in your office, is something is apparently good for the employee welfare, for the productivity. You can teach it tricks, and that's kind of parts of that we also try to incorporate in OfficeDog. And basically, to start off with, what we see is that logistics companies are really good in logistics. For instance, really specialized ways of transport, they find a way to make it work in a great way. And we would really, we want to empower them to also bring that expertise more towards their data and their digital operation. And what you see in the logistics landscape is that it's really fragmented. Many companies are trying on their own, what can we do, how can we optimize. Sometimes it's hard to collaborate. And with OfficeDog, we try to build a digital highway to make use of new technology to optimize your own business and to hopefully further the opportunities that you have for collaborating with other companies in your chain, in your supply chain. So in short, we want to help deliver data-driven logistics. So what is OfficeDog then? Well, we envision it to grow towards a platform that will empower companies to share data and to find ways to optimize throughout their logistics chain. So not on their own, also finding new combinations. I think looking at the model that was presented before with the 4 steps of maturity for that, for your digital operations. You also saw the opportunity for maybe unlocking new business models once you collaborate. For instance, you might be shipping something from one place to another, and a company in a really different type of business might be shipping something a different way, and you have an empty truck going there. There might be opportunities there. And also, we are working with advanced data analytic techniques like reinforcement learning, with which we also try to learn from the data of other companies without actually sharing that data between companies. So you can train an agent on a logistics operation of one company, and then maybe those findings can be interesting for someone else, but you might not necessarily want to share that data in between them, but you can share the findings and the algorithms. So that's what we call federated learning, and we want to build towards that. The first steps in doing that, we are now working on. Of course, making the digital highway for data-driven logistics. And basically, OfficeDog in its current form is a platform where we have several ways of getting your data in. The simple type it yourself interface, the Excel import, but we also support the OpenTrip model for connecting that data. And that can be different kinds of data. The OpenTrip model has a really a focus on also real-time data, like events and sensor data, stuff like that. They can be really interesting in understanding your logistics operation. But it's also a great way to exchange data. We support the API both for getting data in and also getting data out and sharing it with your partners. So even if you are a small transport company, and you would upload your shipments or your consignments through Excel, but then your partner asks, can you deliver them in OTM? Yes, you can. And of course, there's the tricks that we try to teach our dog. We have in the platform that are mostly reinforcement learning based tricks for now, but it can be really fast. And I'll show a few of them here. one of the things that OfficeDoc does is to abstract away a lot of the complexity in dealing with running machine learning, artificial intelligence workloads on your logistics data, because otherwise you have to think yourself about the computing power that you need, about the platforms that should be in place. Because training an AI model is often quite a heavy task. So how to do that at scale in a cost-optimized way. We built a whole infrastructure for that, basically to provide you the power to quickly train something without being billed thousands of euros a month for just the massive computer that you need for that. But then also provide a way to also experiment yourself. We aim to have a Swiss knife of pre-installed, you could say, machine learning tools available that work for all the companies that connect to it, because we translate everything to one data model. So in the basics, we can use that for different companies. But for instance, at Amos, there might be a graduate student who wants to experiment with some data. And normally they try to go there and they get an Excel file and get the data and then try to do something with that in an online tool. Have to run their laptop for the whole night to actually make it work. And we aim to have that data in place, have the infrastructure in place for training those models to make that a lot easier, and also easier to then show to the company and maybe even bring it to production. We have a few, you'll see it in its real form in a few slides. But basically, we want to have a few dashboards that we can use there with also, for instance, some at the top, some data that can be generated already through agents. So not like count the number of vehicles but that you have. But for instance, the expected delay on a certain route. I don't know, can be anything. We're working on that. But also have a focus on incidents, because one simple thing that we can maybe already do with the data that we have that can already make a big difference for a logistics company is send a push notification when a driver is running into a traffic jam. Now they're often calling and rerouting and like discussing what to do. We might have a recommendation for that. So that's something that we feel can be really powerful. And then of course have the tricks. I'll show this in a bit more detail, but to also have a visual way of using those machine learning agents. So I'll talk to two example cases. Gerard already touched upon the tender selector, and Ali, I believe, gave a really great introduction into the refueling problem. And we try to make that a bit more, how can you say that, approachable within OfficeDoc, so you can actually use a first version of that and see what it does to get a feel for how that could work.
Without knowing the formulas.
Excuse me?
Without knowing all those formulas.
Yeah, they're underneath there, but of course, can't have one without the other, right? So, a bit more detail. This was the first proof of concept that I talked about that we did together with Amons, which was, of course, the case about which tenders to select. You can imagine Amons gets a document from, I think it was Ahold in this case, about here's some shipping lanes that you can make a quote for. If you for what price can you handle those loads? And then they have personnel working on looking through that document, seeing viable routes, and then picking ones to bid on. But that it's an Excel file again. But that is a massive file, and you could never expect one person to fully comprehend all the different combinations that you can make there. So this was an agent that we built for that. Basically, we plotted all the pickup and delivery locations that were possible on the map and tried to find good combinations between those routes to eventually reduce the empty kilometers that Amos would have to drive between delivery and pickup for the next shipment. So there's different things that you might also want to consider, like frequency. If you can run one route 300 times, it might be nice to not have like only 50 times of that you can have another route connected to that, and make an agent of that. Basically, this is a first untrained example, the combination that it makes. And then the nice thing about reinforcement learning is that we can give it a scorecard. We don't tell it, you should do this. We tell it, this is your environment. These are the choices you can make. For each choice that you make I'm going to score you and try to make your score as good as possible, basically. So this sucks because it's even negative. So for instance, sometimes a connecting route isn't even existing. So then you get a massive penalty. But then we trained it. And then, yeah, the agent gets a feeling for what things do I need to choose to make a better prediction, suggestion there. And then we can, of course, get a scorecard that is positive. With the eventual goal of not being like, hey, these are the tenders that you need to select, but to support that person at the company who still has some feeling for different things that might not especially be expressed in the code for what routes are good. But then instead of them looking through thousands of tenders, we can say like, here's the top 100 that we suggest, have a look through those. And that already takes away a lot of work in there. So yeah, that's one of the examples that we now try to embrace in OfficeDoc. For the demo, I'm going to show a bit of OfficeDoc itself, and also our approach to showing the refueling agents in practice. Also credit due for all the AI stuff. That's mostly Martijn's work that he does. I'm more of the infrastructure part of the OfficeDoc team. But yeah, together we hopefully are working on something that that works really well. So this is a test environment that we have for OfficeDoc. This dashboard is now really simple, but we want to have the opportunity to show actual output of tricks there. For now, in the lower left, you see a vehicle counter, which is basically just a Python script that counts things in your database. But in the same way, you could also ask an agent for data and show it there. So just as a proof of concept. You have all your logistics data here in the way, and the structure that OTM also handles. And one thing that Sebastian also always thinks is nice is that we have a live way of showing how things look in OTM. If we, for instance, edit something, you can see it going live here. So even as an educational tool about how OTM works, it can be really interesting there. For connecting with your partners, we can just give them keys. These are now access or write, stuff like that. In the future, we can, for instance, support iShare there to really have a, let's say, protocol for, in great detail, specifying what actor can access what data in what way, under what constraints. So you have really, again, trust. You need to know what is happening and what people have access to what. So that's something that we can extend there. But then the tricks part, here now we have the refuel agent. And this is already underlying all of this is that we leverage the platform of OfficeDoc to train it. That takes a while. But then we have an agent that we can use really quickly. And that actually uses, for now it's randomly generated, but could be live fuel prices for that route. So this is nice and visual. So I'll get an example route. Basically underlying this is the data set of Aemons with the fuel stations that they have contracted. So mostly BP, I believe, but also a few others. And what we do here is, for instance, I'm driving from Paris to Madrid. What we're doing then is finding those points on the map, asking for a live location from OpenStreetMap, and then seeing what of the fuel stations that Aemons has contracted are within a radius of 50 kilometers on that route. We can, of course, make that bigger or smaller, but these are possible fuel stops, just as Ali was describing. And basically, underlying this, we have, Martijn has made one of our implementation of the agent. It's a bit different than, it's still reinforcement learning, but it works a bit different from that of Ali. It's going to be really interesting to see what they both do. That's a story for another time. We could also, if we put it in the right container, put Ali's agent underneath this and then use that to make these decisions. So for now, I'm going to fill out, I have 200 liters in the tank. I'm driving a bit more, a bit less fuel efficient. And yeah, you could do stuff like even revenue per kilometer, might even include driver's wage, stuff like that. The scorecard that I also showed for the tender agent, you can extend that to match the situation of practice as much as possible. And then we run it, and then it shows us, I think you should refuel at these stations and these amounts. And you saw that was really quick because the agent is already trained. Fuel prices are here now generated randomly. But for instance, here you see it's not refueling, and then at this one, it sees probably relatively low price. This is a bit lower, but it has a higher detour, so probably wise to refuel there. And then the fuel after that. And then if for now, again, the fuel prices are random, so if we run it again, the prices are different, and it will give different results every time that we run it. So for now it's random. We could have a live feed of fuel prices to that. And then if it passes somewhere near the border of Germany, it might be really tempting indeed to take that little detour and save, I believe it's 30 cents. So yeah, that is a more technical demo of this thing. And so what we did here really explicitly is with the tender agent, we started in code and then tried to make it visible. But for here we made it visual first and then improved the code underneath that. And we feel that this is really a step that we needed to take to make it live for people, to have a feeling for what it does and how it works. The first impressions that the first feedback that we get at Emons is that people are really, they like what they see in this regard. Of course, we have to also validate like the scorecard that we use, the choices that are made, do they line up with reality? And in the future, if we have the data, we can even see like for one lane, you made these decisions, we would have made these decisions. What's the difference? And then even as a talking point, that's already great. And then in the future, maybe incorporating these decisions in future routes to do there. Where's the full screen? Okay, then I'll just gonna do it like this. So in that way, we aim to deliver data-driven logistics through OfficeDoc, and that was what I wanted to show to you today. I can imagine there are some questions, but. Yeah, basically we're not replacing anything within a logistics company. We aim to build on top of. And so the ideal future for us would be that we can rely mostly on OTM, the OpenTrip model, to connect those systems. When we started off with OfficeDoc, we already also felt that that might be a kind of plug-and-play solution. We've come back from that a little bit because, of course, you're talking about the data interchange format, but not the actual way of doing it. So that's something that we still are working and learning about how to do that. Of course, with Emons, we are looking at that's going to be a first real-life example of connecting the data and seeing how that works, what happens. But it can be in many ways. It's difficult because there's not like 3 or 4 major TMS systems that you can support and then it works. And every logistics company, also with their board computer data, and it's all different. So there might also be parts in the middle that aggregate that data and then have one way of connecting to them. That might also be a future. So I believe it can be hand in hand. I hope like more use of OTM will lower the barrier, but it's never going to be completely gone. So. To the people from the Clicks project because they already. Yeah, I'm really interested in about your.
Data connectors.
Yeah.
So you can connect your platform with their connectors, and then with the TMS system. And
indeed.
You go to work.
Yeah. And also Dynaplex, because they're working on really great algorithms. And of course, we are now working out one case. And I was talking to Martijn, and he said, like, we have 10 cases. And it's really great. But for us, like, you see, we are also on the really practical side of things, of making it clickable, showable, connecting the data, and then plugging those algorithms in it.
For people without technical knowledge.
Yeah, so you've seen both sides of the coin now, I would say.
One
Yeah.
How unique is this tooling? Is it something already done by other companies, logistic companies, or is it quite unique?
Well, not that I'm aware of. There are, of course, small initiatives of working towards this, and there might also be, bigger projects already with partners that are collaborating and saying like, hey, we're going to do this together. The aim for us is to make it accessible to any company. Because, for instance, like if you're a DHL, you can just say to all your people who drive for you, like, use our system, and then everything's connected and stuff. We want to, not be, also empower the smaller and medium-sized companies to do that without having a big lock-in with one of their partners, basically.
Interesting. Is it real-time data input?
OTM supports that, for especially events and actions, like start, stop, stuff like that.
Your solution is one of the first that is fully compliant with OTM.
I believe so. There is a transport management system that's fully OTM, I've become aware of. But
so they are really
but we might
at the forefront.
But we might build upon that, because, for instance, OTM says nothing about financial data. So if you want to see like what are the highest grossing trips that you took, no idea. So we can build on top of that. But for the basics, we believe it's a good place to start.
Other questions? One more for me.
Yes?
Can you explain how you calculate your reward function?
I would bring in Martijn for that.
Okay.
But I would have to call to Spain. No, for now, it's. I believe it's based on. It takes into account a lot of things, like the fuel price. In this case, also the revenue per kilometer. That's also maybe, can differ per type of shipment, of course. But also like the time that the driver takes to stand still for refueling, because they also cost time.
Because I was thinking about his lambda function. So
Yeah.
I was curious how much of this reward function.
Mm-hmm.
We struggle with the lambda function as well.
Yeah, I think it's a safe assumption that yours is still a bit more involved, a bit more details in there still. But we can obviously expand. And again, like I believe the main difference between Ali's reinforcement learning agent at this moment and ours, or I should say Martijn's, but ours, is that yours mainly looks at the entire route, if I'm correct. And this one is more looking a few steps, I believe 3 steps ahead. So it will be interesting to see like how those compare in practice.
Well, thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much for a very nice presentation and also a nice demo.
Yeah, and thanks to you too for also your help with the platform, of course, because we are just technicians and you're the logistics guy, so we need the input.
So and also very, very nice to see how the collaboration evolves. So also for you, very nice.
Thank you very much.
I hope you enjoy it.
Thanks.
And,
Thanks. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I tricked you last time, but now Marcel is really going to talk. So Marcel Wouterse, he is the owner of DeltaGo. He is former, actually, I think he's still a lecturer at the Hogeschool Breda. He also collaborates with EMOS. He has a huge expertise in logistics, but his main area of interest are things related to human factors. So his talk is going to be about how to design learning communities for small and medium enterprises in logistics, in which you transfer this kind of knowledge to them.
Yeah, thank you, Maria.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure working with you. And Sebastian, thanks for, not for the last 3 years, as a matter of fact. I think it's the last 10 years already. And I remember Krista using the Dinalog wheel. And that's where we set up a whole course on control towers, and that's where we first met. And yeah, I was struggling with the concept on yeah, how does these communities, platforms, 10, 12 years ago, how are they going to involve logistics? How are these organizations going to change? Because I was at that time member of the board of Emons, not Emons, where I am currently a member of the board, also have my own company, but I was in the board of Van den Bosch. And yeah, there was not a lot of collaboration. It's not that they didn't want to, but simply it was not the way things are done. There was huge differences between shippers. I still see them today. There are many opportunities, but collaboration and technology was not on the agenda. So one of my personal aims always is to make companies profitable, not only today, but preferably for a long time and tomorrow as well. And I saw that huge challenge on how this sector is going to, yeah, how are these companies going to embed this? And sometimes I am tired and disappointed, and sometimes a bit frustrated and angry, but not today. Not today. Today I look back on a great journey, and I cannot wait to talk to Ali about the Lambda. You know, I already challenged Martijn. You know, I'm also curious, you know, what is the function? How do you think it's better than the one we looked at? So it kind of looks like we're in an office dog fight between who has the best, but it's not supposed to be a fight. It's not supposed to be a fight. When we started to engage with my colleague Gerard, I had the pleasure working with him at Emons currently. We're in a challenge, but we also had a challenge at Van den Bosch where we work together as well. And we both realized it's not about fighting or who has the best solution. It's the one that we use, and it's the one that we start to build on. There are many great solutions or ideas in my head, but I come to understand that not a lot of people are interested in it. And but they are interested in the ones that actually work, and they can bring them together. And that sometimes means that we don't have to go from a high level, but we have to come to a common level, and you have to accept that. And that's why I open up this this talk, looking back on ICCOS, but also looking back on the journey we had over the last years, and mainly trying to talk to you about how to engage technology into the company's way of working. And is it going to change? Yes, of course it's going to change. You know, we went on that journey. The group here knows this. But still, there are many challenges, and how do we work with people decision making? Today we're siloed, so you go to your boss. But processes and architecture do not demand any bosses. They need they need networks in organizations, so we don't have these networks. And I like to talk to Evo Venedex about the collaboration, because I was years against the shippers and the transport companies. But if we work together, we bring it into OTM, get the tenders by God synchronized, so that every company uses the same tender format, then the office dog guys, together with Ali, Samjit, and Gerard, will make it work, and we'll have unified information. So I give that challenge to you guys, because how difficult is that, you know? It is quite difficult, because we want a dog in the office, but a dog needs tender love and care. It needs to be trained, needs to be educated. It's not something to take lightly. If you take a look at the statistics in the asylums for dogs today, there are a lot of dogs in the asylum. Because, yeah, it was Corona, we wanted a dog, so we take them in very lightly. One of my arguments is that you cannot take it in lightly. It will take a lot of effort. Efforts not on the technological side, but on other sides. And you all know that, and the journey we set out on in this is just to make a small contribution to the big problems you have in your organizations. Just a small contribution in way of working. Knowing that we all in logistics, whether it's a warehouse, whether it's supply chain design, whether it's sourcing, whether it's a transport company, how do we find the money? Where do we find the time? How do we get to align interest? If there is sometimes there's no interest at all. So these things simply don't work. That's a lot of the things I heard. Fortunately, when I look back today, I know these people are wrong, because here the proof is in the pudding and there's a lot of delivery here today. But these are serious constraints. Now I started with the firefighting thing. There is always a fire somewhere. My question to him would be, who is actually in the fire? Huh? If he's putting it out, then who is in the fire? I like to think, because we are at Emons, which is a really great company. There is Dan Emons, the CEO, and he said, you know, the next CEO of the future, and he's the 3rd generation, is the driver. So I think the driver is in the fire, and we have to put it out. And if we use ICCOS and REAL, a real project, we can make it work. We can make it work. And we can use the technology, but not as technology versus people or way of working and decision making, but actually blend it in faster. And I see that already today. So it's better that we start to talk about new projects and listen to this presentation, because it's already happening here today. I cannot wait to talk to you, Christa, about the things you've done. That's really great. And can we talk to Veenman about, can you start to talk to the Excel killer about maybe also document killer, huh? You know, emails and then. Often when we started in these projects, but not only in ICCOS, but when we started to design the workshops, a lot of people engaged Sebastian and me and said, yeah, but you know, we do this project all the time, you know, what's the difference between an AI project and another project? Oh, well, basically there's not. You know, there's a lot of tooling, there's a lot of education, there's a lot of, I'm an economist, so we learn a lot of tools and tricks. Same like the office dog tricks, tricks you apply. So there's no difference, but I think there is a difference, because on the many projects I did on, first we called it with Quintic on the decision support systems, how can we support our planners and drivers. There are many scars on my body from the MIST and MIST projects, things that really went wrong. So it's quite explosive, because if it's wrong, people don't want to start again. If you're once bitten by the dog, you're twice shy. And certainly in logistics, because if you take a look at the history there's not a lot of changes looking back. It started to boom really after the war. In the 1960s, you see these collaborative initiatives. Bigger companies got bigger, and they're still big today. And they buy trucks, they design supply chains, but there's not a lot of way of working. You go to your boss. But on AI projects, or reinforced learning, or any initiative on massive data, you know, you get all of a sudden a ton of data over you, and how you make decisions, and how do you make them collectively. So I think there's a huge, huge difference. And it goes faster, etc., etc. And there will be more stakeholders, a lot more. Processes do not follow silos. Processes follow their own way. So all of a sudden, you cannot silo an organization anymore, and let alone if you talk to one more and another. So this OTM initiative, getting these standards standardized, would be a great way to start. So anyway, what did we do, Seb? We said, you know, how are we going to tackle it? Because it's an old problem. You know, how do you get motivation and an attitude towards technology, and how do you get started? So we simply started to empty the good old textbooks and toolboxes. And we started to put them on the cases. I think together we had more than 100 students accompanied over the last 10 years, all with the same type of problem. So I've seen a lot of organizations with the same problem. There's always this boss with an idea, but no time. There's always a good guy in technology who sees the opportunity but does not have the support. So we started to look at a way to get it started. And to be honest, none of the ICCOS members needed any start, but we had a broader scope as well, because there are a lot of companies that did not join the ICCOS or REAL project and are anxious to start or ramp up. So we scanned basically for what are the success factors, what are the enablers, where are the barriers, and we started to work with the canvas. We designed the workshops. We did, I think, close to a dozen or more. We had a lot of interviews and a lot of engagement, practical engagement with companies over the last years, and providing them with, first with Aemons we started with an in-depth workshop, different actors, with all sorts of departmental heads, people that worked in planning, and we started to make a long list and short list of all AI-related potential projects. And then we used that information later in the workshops, and we asked people to enter into a workshop with an idea, an AI idea. And we simply started to map these very basic tools. You know, where are your capabilities? What type of money do you think you can spend, and where do you think you stand? Are you in a where phase, or are you already in act? We use a lot of these tools to get awareness about the idea. So to walk around the idea and to get an idea on bringing it into action. So there's a lot of ideas going on. A lot of people have individual thoughts and ideas, but the trick is, of course, to get it into action. Today you saw some really great practical examples from Björn, co-created by Martijn, of course, with some input of Ali, and it actually works. What Ali was trying to tell you, that, you know, his modeling mimicked reality. So if we can then fine-tune that and provide this feedback to cut out the outliers, there's a lot of money to be saved, and it actually works. And if you ask today what the fuel prices are, I have to check my app, because they're changing every time. If you ask me that 10 years ago, they were pretty constant. So there's a lot of things going on, and we need these agents. So we used the model. This is model 1. If I look back at it, you know, nobody understood what we were doing. So we said, now we use an hour for the model, and then we can start to talk about the project. Now that hour in the second sessions in the workshops went, you know, we need a little bit more time. And then, but I said, Seb, you know, you need to elaborate on this, because nobody understands what they mean. It grew into the version that you can look at the poster board in the central space, where we are about to have a coffee, hopefully, and talk about future projects. And I used the canvas. We used the simple models to talk to organizations about how big is the project, and then use it in a very simple model and visualizing it. Say, you know, can you get this idea from awareness aligned to act? And when we had sessions within organizations with multiple actors, so people who actually work with it, or a technical guy or a director, we tested it, and then some of them said, yeah, with this project, it's not so big, so it can easily go through. It will be successful. Others said, it's too big, we shouldn't start. Some of them said, you know, yeah, we're in the awareness phase, while the other looked up and said, oh, I thought we already started. So there's a lot of pretty basic alignment to do. And to then help organizations to talk about this alignment, we set up a simple, very simple dashboard, not the one that the technicians use in the back of the room, but it's a board where you can start to talk to organizations about what they think is their level related to the project at hand. So for instance, if you want to use this fuel project of Ali and Office Dog, do we have within Aemons the processes in order to sustain this? Do we have a structure where we can supply the data? Do we have a vision or a strategy about it? Is the technology in place? So when we work with this, you can very quickly say, at a very low level, because you can scan this as deep as you want. There are very professional scanners where you can go deeper and deeper in about rating leadership or structure or culture. But it helps you very quickly to assess what you're trying to digest. Because we found it is very important that a lot of people are bitten by the dog and they are not about to enter into a new project. So we use these type of very basic scans, and we found out that one of the leading enabler today is still a person, 2 persons, 3 persons, but an individual with an idea and a lot of ambition. And that means that a lot of these enablers are not on. So one of the common things were that the companies that we found that were likely to succeed had these people that were really pulling and pushing into these projects. And if these people would go away, would then the project go away as well? And a very clear enabler was that if companies have some start of data, dashboards, KPIs, there is something inside a man that wants us to look at data, even if we don't understand it. And also there's some great research on that we also start to interpret it, the data, even if we don't understand. And we try to say something about it. So there's a lot of things going on when we read data. Unfortunately, also a lot of good things. So companies that were likely to succeed, in our opinion, were the ones with project leaders, whether they didn't need to be in the board or directors, could be managers, could be, but somebody leading, somebody pulling and pushing, and a level also of some sense of data. So for organizations who want to start, always my advice is just get some dashboards and get the ball rolling. We also checked out barriers, because there are lots of reasons why projects don't start or why they don't get, they are not so successful as initially thought. And this is not a big surprise, but looking at people, it is often the biggest barrier. And then not only use the word people, but then start to dissect it. So we started to really dissect it and say, okay, make a distinction between quality and quantity. It's quite obvious, but a lot of projects fail because somewhere from awareness to align and act, they find out that there is a fire burning. They have to put it out so the project is killed. Well, this is something you can think of before you start. The quality of people is another matter. There is we found a large overestimation of one's ability. We saw in the workshops very experienced people and starters, all thinking that they could, be able to get the dog and train it and work with it. But if they would make a maturity level or a very simple scan on skills, capability, motivation, and experience, they would rank very low. Meaning, that was the advice we often gave, just start with a smaller project. Then the success is greater, and then you start to grow on the success, and then you start to learn instead of failing and then not starting again. So for companies that came into the workshops, it's always the idea, start really small. And I know it's also something I think Björn mentioned, or some of the previous speakers. It's quite obvious, but then I would say, if it's so obvious, then you do it. Because I always say, take the project, then take it by half and again by half, and then start. And actually start to learn from others. And unfortunately, when I started to make these control tower courses in the Piest University, it was very difficult. But today, I look back and I see that we've come a long way. So I'm really looking forward in accelerating with you guys on all these projects, because I can actually see it happen. I can see the dog growing in every office. And I can see them connecting with the iShare platforms and with Evo Venindex. Sometime in the future it will happen, and why not now? We are a great team and a good group. Still, people would say that, yeah, but we don't have any money, time, and interest. You know, it's a nice talk, we know it. But for that, I have a small solution as well. There is always time. Just reshuffle money, time, interest, and start with time. Small organizations, also big organizations with new projects, there's always time. You know, start eating pizza in the afternoon, take 6 weeks on a Wednesday, ask your employees to do something on a Saturday. You find out that it's actually fun. And then use that to initiate talks about AI projects. Time is never an issue. The scale of your project is. And then you will see, if you put time in people, they get interested. If you can get simple dashboards, you'll get people's interest even more. So time plus tools means interest, and then you don't need money to start. That's the good news. The bad news is for you guys, because you're all in the projects already, that formula doesn't work. You actually need money. At least that's my opinion. We need money, Gerard. We need money. That's what you tell me all the time. That's what I see as well. We want our salaries. You know, even if you want, dogs cost money. Feeding them costs money. So let's not kid each other. If we want to progress, we need money. And with that, we can buy time. And time we need because we lack, if you look at the data science functions, we looked at that as well. There are many functions you need for advanced functions. And you don't have them. Even the biggest, somebody showed this list of 50, that was you here, the list of 50, the top 50. So there are the 50 transport companies that are there. They were there like 5 or 10 years ago. And they don't have, and I know some of these organizations pretty well, they don't have all these functions in the data science wheel. And these are actually required for the next level, and maybe not for the next level, but then for the next. And that's the only way to get that is to collaborate. So, Maria, you asked, you know, where we are successful. We would see that at the end of the day. Well, the day is not finished, but I think the speaking part is finished almost. I would say naturally yes. Why not? I'm speaking, so I would say yes. I'm really, it's not up to me to say yes, of course. But from my perspective, here we came a long way at Emons, and now it looks like we're going into the next steps. We're about to go into collaboration with Bricklog on the standard tooling, and that really brings us forward. Björn, we're still, you know, our project doesn't close, we're still talking. So there's a lot of things going on. And then if I look at Krista, I think she's going to change the world in these hospitals with this collaboration. So I am really very excited. And then there's a lot of stuff you can take home, we can send into the world. It's very modest, but I think the platform of Office Doc will kill everybody. It's really great. There are many published articles. Seb's book is here, so we got that. But we also have a practical AI design canvas. It really works if you put in a bit of time. I'm proud of all the workshop material we gathered and we're going to publish. And then there is going to be an online AI course. So there's a lot of practical things, including the ones from Ali that will be presented for others to step into. So I'm sure that we will continue, and I hope that a lot of other people will join us as well. And then not see the technical part as something technical, but really make an effort to integrate as we have been doing over the last years. So Seb, thanks. Thank you all. Thanks very much.
Well, I have a question.
But of course.
Yes, every time. When I listen to your talk, I understand that your point of view is that companies are the ones who trigger the development of this learning community. They have the initiative, so you put them in the driver's seat, companies. What about individuals? What motivates them to learn something about AI? How, when, how, why a planner would want to know something about a trick in this office book?
First, I think companies are just entities. It's a sum of people. So when you talk about people, you talk about companies. And I also saw and believe that people want to learn and understand and solve puzzles. It doesn't matter where. So when you take a look at the planner, I see also Ali. I also see Martijn. I see a guy wants to solve a puzzle. If you explain that Ali's last name is not Markov, but that's a model, and you get through that, and these formulas are actually not as difficult as you seem. It's very simple. And then we took the time because we had this session with all of them. Gerard told me, no, we shouldn't bring them in yet, and we had a bit of it. I said, no, we're going to do it because I want to explain them that if you look at a model, that's exactly how your brain works. And now they feel like mathematicians as well. And I think that's whatever you do, you must start with trying to ignite the individuals. So that's important. One of the things that we leave out when we are into these platforms, but also at Aemons we start with a learning platform. It's very simple. It doesn't cost a lot of money. I really don't understand why a lot of people don't do it. But you have to put in other ways of thinking. So our way of working is not that we're a learning company. We're a transport company. But I say, no, we're a learning company. So it's learning every day. And if you change that point of view, yeah, you have a fighting chance, I think. And then start to ignite and inspire people in each function. Also the driver. Because I think the best, the one that will always beat any program is the man himself. Because we cannot fill the lambda function that much with the real situation in outlier situations. So anyway, I hope to answer your question.
Thank you very much.
Give me the wine. Give me the wine.
Yeah, give me the wine. Yeah. Hey, thank you. Thank you for joining.
You're welcome.
Yeah, a special wine, a special journey. We go back from more than 10 years, so it's very nice to keep involved and engaged, and also delivering this nice talk and be part of the committee this afternoon. So.
Oh yeah, behave.
So thank you very much. And with this, I think we can conclude the talks. And I also very much would like to welcome Lisbeth, who is representing Dinalog, who is also co-financing not just this event but also the whole research. So also a big shout out to Dinalog for supporting us. And from here we conclude, and I kindly invite you to join for the lunch and for the networking, of course. Thank you very much.
Ik haal de rommel er weer af vanaf straks, hè, dat weet je.
Ja, is geen probleem.
Het is het beste, je haal je binnen, je gitaar en je microfoon. Dus ik tak hier gewoon, zit hangen een microfoontje neer en dan hebben we alles.
Oh, nou te gek joh.
En we hebben jouw mix.
Ja. Even kijken, deze.
Opgelost alweer.
Super, ja, top jongen, bedankt.
Ja.
Even kijken, deze. Daar ligt of zo? Nee, ik heb hem, volgens mij heb ik hem. Ik denk dat ik hem heb. Zeg ik dat goed?
entitled to ask some very difficult questions. Sebastian has put at the back at his own risk copies of his thesis. So I suggest that you go through it as quickly as possible and find anomalies or loopholes in the thesis and ask those questions to him. In any case, after the public question and answer session, we will move with Sebastian. We'll go to the BMS VIP room, the committee members and Sebastian, and we'll be grilling him for about 45 minutes. It's a private grilling session, all right? And it is just that. He's quite relaxed, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Okay? So it's a 45-minute grilling session, after which Sebastian will return to yourselves, all right? And we will then have a private discussion amongst ourselves, the committee members, about his performance, all right? Please bear with us. We're probably going to be in the region of about 45 minutes, all right? After which we'll return with the result, okay? So please bear with us, be patient. Grab a cup of coffee, tea, take a walk around our beautiful campus, all right? And just make sure that you're here back in time for the decision. Yeah? Okay? I'd like to welcome all of you very warmly. Firstly, let me welcome the committee members and introduce the committee members to you. As a first, Dr. Jakub, as the promoter as well as the daily supervisor. Yours is not here.
You will come.
You will come later, okay. All right. Okay, is it? All right. And then we have just the external examiners. We have two external examiners. We have Dr. van Sinderen as well as Dr. Ferreira Piest. Yeah. And then, of course, we have the company supervisor, Mr. Wouterse. Can you put up? There he is. Yeah. Okay, in the middle. All right. Welcome. All right, Sebastian, I'd like to, on behalf of everyone, wish you well for this defense session, and you may start with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Sergey, for the nice introduction. And a very good afternoon, everybody. It's a beautiful day today, and a really special day, and I'm really looking forward to sharing the results of our very interesting journey of three and a half years. A very nice journey, but also a challenging one to put into a presentation of just 25 minutes. So buckle up, and I will take you on a short journey in 25 minutes to present the work as displayed here, entitled An Industry Platform for Data-Driven Logistics in Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises. On the right hand side you see the summary. Those icons you will see on different parts in the presentation as a visual reference to elaborate on what we developed and also highlight what are the different deliverables. So I will proceed in 5 different sections, my presentation. First, I will introduce the motivation of our research and the initial goals that we had. Second, because it's a design-oriented program, I will emphasize on a design methodology that we developed and implemented. Subsequently, we'll go into the actual design work and the development work of this industry platform. Next, also the demonstration of the platform, so not just the design, but also the actual implementation and validation at different companies and experiments. And of course, I will wrap up with a short conclusion and present some ideas and endeavors for future work. First, so let's get introduced into this research. When we look to the current world, we can say that we live in a very exciting world. More focused, what we see is there is this physical world, the industrial context where we're in, and there is this increasingly digital context. Where we develop applications, where we have all kinds of digital services, new business models. And this development from the physical to the digital world can also be referred to as Industry 4.0, the fourth industrial revolution. And in our research, we had a look on this development in a broader sense, but with a specific focus on transport and logistics. The main aim in our work is to see how we can utilize these emerging technologies, and more specifically the data that originates from these emerging technologies, for smarter decision making, for process optimization, new business, startups, in a broad sense. But to zoom in a little bit from this bigger context, with the help of Evo Venedex, who also presented this morning, we gained a lot of insights in what's happening in the industry currently. And in their surveys, which are run for three editions, with a lot of companies putting input, we can say that there is a lot of data and there is a lot of digitization happening, a lot of opportunities, but yeah, kind of Dutch. We score a 6.1. So the companies, especially the smaller and the medium-sized enterprises, they tend to not utilize the full potential of this data. And kind of illustrative, we see that a lot of companies use Excel and these kind of dashboards as their main analytics environment. And we're looking to the new developments such as Internet of Things, such as artificial intelligence, autonomous factories, robots. There is kind of a big gap in between. And when looking to the digitization of the companies and digitalization, we see that only just 1% of the documents in the sector is digitized. So the majority still takes place on this conventional piece of paper, which of course has proven itself to be very useful. But in order to get insights into the real-time position, for example, of your trucks, of your cargo, we need more digitization. Also in this surveys, we see a lot of different information systems being in place. So here you see a kind of an abstraction of typical systems used in transport and logistics. On the left-hand side, we see shippers. And a shipper, you can think about a company that produces or sells goods. Let's say a Grols that manufactures beer and sells it. They need to ship it somehow. And their logistic service providers come in who have their own specialized systems, such as a transport management system or a fleet management system, to administrate all the orders, all the movements, all the locations, all the data needed to fulfill these needs and actually get them to end customers. And in logistics, you don't work alone, you work in networks. So there's increasingly data exchange between these actors to also subcontract. For example, if DHL is not capable to deliver, then some other DPD or some other carrier can fulfill. But of course, we need to exchange data. And increasingly, we see that this data is put into online platforms and also exchanged via so-called EDI brokers. And on the bottom, we see that this data is also used internally for reporting, for business intelligence, to get new insights. But it's kind of limited. And to emphasize on this problem a little bit more, we see that this Excel copy and paste happens quite a lot. So we upload a lot of data into cloud environments, but there is always some kind of a time delay. So in order to have like the real-time track and trace, which you see on the right, a live map of all kinds of transport movements. I see somebody nodding. It's Simacan, one of the leading partners to make real-time data available for transport. But the majority of these companies is still working in this copy and paste Excel-like environment. So there's kind of a gap between the actual data use, and we can also conclude that these Excel-based environments are not really suitable for real-time, big data-driven applications. So to summarize, also in the thesis you will find a visual. I will not go into all the details for this moment. But what we did is we compared the state of the industry with the state of the art. And there are some typical findings that you can see. So in the industry, we see that especially small and medium-sized enterprises, they lack the IT knowledge to adopt these new developments, such as Internet of Things or artificial intelligence or machine learning. On the other hand, we also see that the tools they currently employ are not very suitable for adopting these challenges. And amongst these, there are more things, such as the investments needed and Especially the smaller companies, they tend to not keep up with the Amazons and with the DHLs of this world. On the other hand, we see in the knowledge base, so from a scientific perspective, also challenges. So there is a lot of data, there's a lot of knowledge, there are also very good methods to use, but these methods tend to be too extensive, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises. And we see that there is quite a high risk when it comes to these new developments. So there's a lot of hype about artificial intelligence currently going on, but in order to capture the real benefits, that's quite a difficult and also risky business. So put this together, we thought of a collective idea, not to solve this for all the individual companies in the Netherlands or in the industry, but come up with an industry approach, so that we can build a platform that tends to standardize and generalize common data applications in logistics. And by doing this, we want to provide reusable algorithms, reusable optimizers, tricks, ready-made solutions for companies to get started with this data, and specifically with their own data. And on the other hand, we also want to utilize this industry platform for scientific experimental development. So not reinvent the wheel constantly, but also have like a large test bed for experiments. So basically we want to build a bridge between both worlds and have this solved on a collective manner. So how did we tackle this problem, or at least try to address parts of it? Because we're in the design program, we use design science research, and more specifically the design science research methodology of PDEng, which contains a structured approach in 6 steps to come from a problem identification to setting solution objectives, to actually designing and developing, deploying, start using, demonstrating, validating, and eventually evaluating a certain solution. And this may seem like a linear process, but it's kind of an iterative aspect as well, which can have different entry points. And in our research, we started from the industry needs. So based on these sector surveys and collaborating with a lot of companies, talking to practitioners, we came up with concrete challenges and goals. More specifically, we use a development approach, which is kind of a blended approach between the systems engineering discipline, which is taught by us in the PDEng program, and the agile development, which is more iterative and fast. So we try to merge both together in this agile V model, starting with road mapping, so making a rough outline what we want to build as an industry platform, then decompose it into smaller pieces, which are manageable and also suitable for programming. So at the bottom here you see features that we can actually develop and test and deploy in an environment. And from there on the V model works up. So all the things you design you can also verify, or what you implement you can validate, and what you actually use you can evaluate. So it's a kind of an action-based approach that we use here to develop the platform. So these two together, a research approach and a more specific design and development approach we utilized to build this platform. So I will highlight some of the products and intermediate verifications that we developed throughout this project. So at first we started with doing an extensive stakeholder analysis. And what you see here is the onion model of Alexander, which captures the social technical environment in which we develop a platform. So it's not just solely about technology, but also has societal aspects connected to it. So at the center we see the business system that we want to develop, involving typically developers, but also end users, people doing the system administration, but also connecting the system. And that was basically the focus of our work. So we're not here to develop commercial products, but we want to develop a platform that is mainly for industrial research and for experimental development. So that's why this rectangle is positioned. But we did think about the further introduction of this platform using societal embedding of design, which is also taught in our program. And based on this stakeholder map, also with the relations and also potential conflicts and substitute products, not to forget, we started listing goals and requirements. And these goals and requirements are elicited based on these industry surveys, but also a lot of interviews with people from the consortia, from different companies. And we came up with a focus group consisting out of developers such as Bullet Digital, Amons as an end user, a transportation company, and a lot more, which I will highlight later on. Based on these talks, we made a long list consisting out of 28 requirements. And as mentioned, also further explored the actual implementation, which we did based on 15 design aspects and also a ethical assessment. So also taking into account the social impact of our platform. So also the potential downsides and threats that we introduce. So based on this, this starting point, we started conceptualizing, which is basically a creative process where we start sketching. And here you see some first visuals, which are also published in our early papers to position our work. Positioning the platform for logistics small and medium-sized enterprises, and also connecting the different data sources that we tend to connect to the platform. And from this platform, we envision a family of so-called agents. Agents are small pieces of software that can represent parts of a logistic activity, as visualized here, connected to, let's say, a planner or somebody working in logistics, giving instructions, connecting to data, applying different data analytics techniques or data mining algorithms, or doing predictions in order to visualize trends or get incidents out of such as delays or problems, or visualize performance, and have this in a constant feedback loop. And that's based on a concept we call intelligence amplification, where we don't try to replace the person by artificial intelligence, but keep the person in the loop, and more important, in control of what's happening, so that we put the algorithms to work where they function at best, but also rely on the capabilities and expertise of the logistic decision maker. We also explored the open trip model, which is central in our platform. In order to standardize applications, we also need a unified data model. And there, based on the developments in the Dutch sector, we selected the open trip model, which perfectly fits to the image shown before with all the data exchange. But this model is basically used for data exchange only. So in our research, we did experiments to see whether we can enhance this use of data exchange by putting it into a central database or data space concept, so to speak, so we can add pluggable algorithms to it. More from the design perspective, we utilize enterprise architecture as a framework, but also as a specification language, where we visualize how we want to construct this platform. What are the main components of this platform? What are the interfaces? What is the business process that is actually connected to this platform? So on top, the yellow parts are the data-driven enhanced decision support processes we want to facilitate. Based on implementation guidelines, we want a platform that is capable to feed both developers, system administrators, but foremost the end users in organizations to make use of data-driven decision making. And in order to facilitate this, we have created the application layer, which has a graphical user interface. You will see some screenshots later on, but also an application programming interface, so we can have system-to-system connections next to the human-to-system connections. And in this platform, we want development tools where we can create these so-called agents, make them available in a sort of an app store, but then for data-driven applications. and have monitoring on the use of these agents. On the technology layer, we of course need computing power and other technology standards to make this actually work. So this was basically the blueprint for our platform that we started developing. We have two development streams. One is aimed at realizing this industry platform, and the other is realizing supporting artifacts, so as we call it. So you can say this is the more technological focus, to have in 3 iterations the platform functionality realized, and this is more aimed at the user side, supporting the first steps in how to make a design, how to organize a workshop to get all the people together to start using the platform, and having implementation guidelines, specific prescriptive actions that you need to undertake to actually use these models in practice, and also evaluate them using an adoption framework. So this one is also in the book as an active reader to start your own journey. But I will highlight the main findings we had in the research first. So having this platform developed in 3 cycles, we could do different demonstrations. And we started doing demonstrations quite early in the process, using mock-ups. Some of you were here this morning and already saw these. We use these mock-ups to have an early discussion with stakeholders to see, is this the thing that you want? Are these the typical functionalities that add value to decision making? And we presented this to an expert panel, also people from Evo Venedex, also to have the broader perspective. And based on their feedback, we started refining. And here you will see some typical output. So on the left-hand side, also the icons here again, you see them. There is an online environment where, based on the data that users put in, they will have a first glimpse on key performance. So we visualize, for example, the transport orders over time, or important KPIs, whether we're on time and in full, but also do simple calculations, such as all the trucks that currently are moving. This is a web-based interface, so we try to make this non-invasive so that you can start typing in your own data if you're a really small company. But we also want to provide Excel input, because Excel is the #1 tool. We found out we do want to have companies get their data in bulk. And from there on, start using this as a stepping stone towards more real-time. So from manual to imports to actual real-time exchange. Furthermore, we have a developer environment available where you can connect to the data sources and import different open source libraries. Because when you look into everything that's being developed currently, there are like hundreds and thousands of algorithms available that you can easily put in here and upload them to the platform for reuse. So this is from the platform perspective, the multi-sided function we want to have. So we want to have end users, but also system developers, and have them collaborate in a shared environment, whilst every end user has its own data environment. And here you see the App Store, but not for apps, but for data-driven approaches. We call them tricks. The platform is called OfficeDog. OfficeDog is a pettable name, and it's kind of hip in startups to introduce dog. It's good for productivity, and you can teach them tricks. And these tricks we want to make available in this platform. So we also try to market the platform by doing this. Zooming into the more detailed functionality, on the top left, we see the API environment. So the OpenTrip model is quite an extensive specification, covering the basic entities in transport, such as shipments, trips, locations, events. Everything that's happening around shipments is in there. And using this OpenTrip model, we can make the data exchangeable on a standard, in a standard language. And from the platform you can provide all your customers, suppliers, supply chain actors access to this data. So you basically create a shared database or a data space in the future. And of course, when you start using it, the cloud is not something magical. When you start using it, it will run into these server boxes. So we need to have computing power, storage, and other resources available. And therefore we use Kubernetes, which is a Netflix-like infrastructure, scalable, and we can use them to deploy these models to actual environments so you can train them, and if they work, you can start using them and also monitor the performance. So by doing this, we try to have like the full pipeline from design to development to making models available, deploying them, monitoring them, and constantly improving them. And this we implemented at Emmons, as mentioned earlier. We did quite some design workshops. Here we created our AI design canvas to ideate and conceptualize ideas. So there are lots of ideas, but how to get these ideas into the first steps towards action is kind of a difficult process. And you need multiple people for this. So you need people who have a problem or idea, you need people from IT or people from data. And we came up with this idea based on the business model canvas of Osterwalder to have this unified design tool where you can put this all together. And here you see how we typically use this to ideate a solution for smart tendering. In transport, there's a lot of tendering. So the big shipping companies, such as Unilever, they put all their transport into auctions where you can do bids on. And in order to do bids, you need to analyze all the data. And that's quite a time-consuming problem. And there we introduce an agent developed in this collab environment that's capable to visualize all these locations on a map, so that also people from the business can have a look at it. So where is the business? Then narrow it down. So we have an agent that is looking for interesting lanes in this data. So we have a sample of 900 lanes, and this agent tries to connect them and see where are the business opportunities and which ones all on the top. We leave that one out and present a priority to the commercial planner. So we're not replacing the commercial planner, but we're just sorting the list and say, well, if you want to go through these 900, start with these 10. So that already saves a lot of time, and it's a very nice example. A second example we developed is the refueling agent, and it basically answers the question where to refuel. You might think this is a really basic, simple question, but if you look to the newspapers nowadays, you see all these gas price developments. These prices are quite dynamic, and if you also take into account large trips, such as visualized on the top left, which takes a few days, and you have a fleet of 600 to 700 vehicles, then you can imagine that you have a big invoice each month on fuel. So we developed a concept on the right that we can use data based on the open trip model in the planned stage, but also in the currently real-time state to make decisions where to tank, how much to refuel, and also taking into account driving and resting times. So based on nice collaboration with colleagues, we iteratively developed this agent, and on the right you see the output in the platform. So based on contracts, we can visualize for each shipment within a radius what are the options to tank, what is the tank level, where do we need to refuel, how much detours do I need to make. And it's a very nice practical example how to use our platform. As mentioned, it's not just about the platform. We also spend a lot of time developing workshops and also get this knowledge into the industry. Together with Marcel, we organized a lot of design workshops, not just at Emmons, but also at Breda University of Applied Science in the DALI program, which is a learning community to stimulate the use of data. And as shown here, we combined a lot of organizations together, and we invited a manager together with his IT responsible person to work on this design canvas. And based on this, we created an approach that can easily get ideas into concepts and screen them, whether it's worth spending time and money on it to start implementing it. So next to one case study, we explored a broader context in this manner. Also given time, 3 minutes, I will wrap up. In the conclusion, summarizing this picture, you can see we developed a platform with a lot of supporting artifacts, which is based on a multidisciplinary design approach. So not just the technological aspects, but also societal aspects. And we managed to get quite some results out of this in the form of implementations, in the form of a learning community, workshops, and also a series of 9 publications. But yeah, is it all good news? There are some limitations in the research, which I will highlight. The PDEng is quite practice-oriented, so compared to a PhD, it's not developing a new theory. It's also based on just one case study currently, so we need more case studies to validate it. And this implementation is still ongoing. So therefore, we cannot say yet whether the generalization, the standardization is actually achieved. From a platform perspective, there is quite some work to do. We will continue this, and one of the main implications also of our choice to put the open trip model first is that this limits our application domain a little. So it's focused on shipments and not on finance, for example. And furthermore, our impact development, yeah, we created a learning community, but it's still in an early phase. So there we need more workshops, more cases to continue. To sum up, we need further research, and also to use this platform, you need to adopt this OTM model, not just the primary user, but also their suppliers. That means investing in system integration and achieving interoperability on different levels, not just on the technological level, but also on the organizational level. You need training, and from a platform development perspective, we need to commit ourselves not to do this for 1 or 2 years, but for longer. So therefore, we have a roadmap listed. Given time, I will not go into details, but we'll focus on making this an actual data space with an iShare implementation. We'll also add some accounting services, so my credit card doesn't run out of credits. And connect more data. Furthermore, we want to enrich this learning community with additional development guidelines. So we focus mainly on the design. Now we can concentrate on the development and have this online learning environment available. And I'm very proud, and that's the cherry on the cake, that I can contribute to this broader awareness. So from the AI Coalition, we have a national AI course, currently 300,000 people already enrolled. And we are co-developing one for the logistics industry. And here you see all the enthusiastic project partners contributing to this. And from a research perspective, I will not stop here. So I see this as a nice starting point into academia. And we'll continue as a PhD researcher by developing a design theory for intelligence amplification. And hopefully, when it all goes well, go to Japan to also have a Japanese Eastern perspective on the research. So that's all for the future outlook. I want to conclude with a big shout out to all of you here, but also all the companies that contributed to this research. It was a really amazing journey in 3.5 years. And to give you some nice final thoughts, because we're at an entrepreneurial university, I want to conclude with a citation of our former rector, who is quoted from the newspaper in the year I was born. But his quote is still valid, and even more valid than ever, I would say. So thank you all, and if you have any questions, then shoot.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. So now we have questions not from the committee. Let me just remind the committee members, not from the committee, but members of the public. U mag die vraag in Nederlands stellen. Ja? En dan zal ik Sebastian vragen om dit te vertalen naar Engels, zodat iedereen dit snapte. Ja? Dit begrijpt. Okay, so the floor is yours for questions. Anybody have a question? Yes.
Sebastian, dankjewel voor je interessante presentatie en ook het werk wat je zelf gedaan hebt de laatste jaren. Ik heb wel een vraag dat gerelateerd aan je thesis. Hebben jullie ook een plan gemaakt hoe de platform dat jullie hebben ontwikkeld aan het ontwikkelen zijn straks door de industrie in Nederland geadopteerd gaat worden? Governance moet daar omheen. Hoe dat van de universiteit naar de bedrijfsleven
Okay, can you just translate the question first? I will do. Yeah, thank you very much, Harry, for your question. The question is if we have a plan or an approach or a strategy how to introduce this platform into the industry, and if we thought about governance and how to further develop it. The short answer, yes. We have a impact plan developed prior and also midway in the project, where we emphasize on the societal impact that we want to make. And this platform we continue to develop in follow-up research. I'm also very happy that the UT also invests in me and in the project to extend my work. So at least 1.5 years we will continue working here. But from the societal embedding of design aspects, we came up with 4 future scenarios. The first one is that research is done, so we just archive it and put it in the box. It's kind of silly, but it's a scenario. The other one is that we continue in the research setting, as we do now. So that one is the way to go. And the third and the fourth are that we actually want to put our action on the entrepreneurial university by setting up a spin-off company or establishing a data corporation, which will be a new form how to organize and also have a different governance model attached to that. So does that answer your question? Okay. Thank you very much.
Next question. I saw a hand on the right-hand side somewhere. No? No more? Yes. Okay.
All right. Thank you for your very interesting presentation. One of the tricks that you built was on the tracking model optimization. Do you have already an estimate about how much you save when you use that model instead of the current way?
Repeat the question also? Yeah?
No,
okay.
I think everybody understood the question, am I right?
Yeah? Okay. Yeah, also for the people on the stream. So we are currently at the final steps of actually implementing this model. So at the time of writing, it wasn't actually implemented yet. But this morning we had some first findings presented, where we see that there are slight benefits to achieve in terms of making different decisions. So we have an illustrative round trip from Berlin to the UK and back that we used for the experimental development. And there we can see that we can reduce the mileage driven by fueling at different stations and also the quantity of fuel. But it's it's still preliminary, I would say. But there are some benefits that tend to pop up. But we still need to make the step from completing the work and actually deploying it, so we can measure the effects not just for one trip but for 80,000.
Any more questions? Yes, at the back, and then another one at the back. Yeah.
Me?
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about security. I was very intrigued by your office dog and the tricks you can learn them. First question: who is developing these tricks?
Yes, we have a partner in our consortium, which is a specialized IT company, which is developing this platform for us, together with a broader group of developers.
Have you thought about security of these tricks? How can you be sure that there are no malicious intent intents of these?
Yes, we did in our stakeholder analysis, we had a look at so-called threat agents, so potential hackers, so to say, that can intrude into the system and which can lead to a breach of data or system downtime or even system destruction. So from that requirements phase, we took into account these negative stakeholders. And later in the design and development, we incorporated several measures on the design level, how to have secure access, secure sharing of data, and eventually we want to incorporate the iShare authorization registry, for example, and work towards a international data space approach, where also concepts such as data sovereignty are key. So on different levels, we have security measures in place.
Okay, and then we had a question in front. Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Sebastian. Really congratulate with the work done and also with the network you brought together. I was searching through the list of all people you connect each other with this research. Really great job, and thanks for that. I was wondering about the intelligence amplification concept. I'm really charmed about it because I always use it when something is not done by AI. Okay, then we say, okay, we use it with intelligence amplification. Well, put some people around it. But where is there a measure or is something in the platform that measure when is the bridge between the human and the AI component? So just when do you say, okay, now it's good enough, and that part that remain is done by humans? So is there some measurement in it?
Yes, thank you very much for this interesting question, and also a pleasure to collaborate on these projects. When you look to intelligence amplification compared to artificial intelligence, where you try to mimic the behavior and get the human out of the loop, in intelligence amplification you put the person, the user, central, and you delegate tasks to an intelligent agent. So this division starts basically in the design, and there we developed tools such as the AI design canvas, but also a more structured approach based on work of a colleague of ours for systematic analysis of tasks and jobs. And per task you can decide whether the machine is better of calculating this. For example, running through 30,000 lines of code, a machine can do much faster and accurate. But if you have like a complex exception, something happens what didn't happen earlier, which needs creativity, improvisation, then it's typically something for the human. So for each task you can decide whether it's a machine or algorithm or human or a symbiosis. So, and especially the symbiosis creates a learning model. And looking to the measurements of these applications, we put some effort in developing an adoption framework where we can measure not only the success of the algorithm in terms of runtime performance or accuracy or error rate, but also have a look at the impact. And in this constellation we see that there is not a unified measure. So it's, you can also compare it to intelligent test, and there are lots of different dimensions you have to take into account, and whether they are valid, that depends on what you try to measure in which context. But we did present a set of typical KPIs that you can use to assess both the use of the technology, but also the technology itself. And this is still also ongoing work in the PhD.
Anyone else have a question? Yes.
Sebastian, you also looked into the social impact of implementing this platform. And of course, we just talked about intelligence amplification, but there's the other side as well, that planners have to accept working with the system, trust the solutions offered by the system, and still, well, be happy in their work instead of the system doing everything. What is the main negative social impact that you have encountered, and of course, more importantly, how to overcome that?
Yeah. So what we saw in different case studies, there are different impacts. For example, at Albert Heijn, we also had a look at the impact, and it's quite different than when you look at the things we did at Aemons. So it depends on the context. Yeah, answering your question, the main negative aspects is that you automate a lot of work. So what remains for the person? So solving puzzles is also something people like to do, for example. And if the machine takes over everything, then, well, yeah, what's the fun of the job then? But again, it depends on the specific job and the context where you're in, and also the attitude of people towards technology.
And what's then important to do to overcome that negative impact?
What we emphasize in our research is that you do this societal impact assessment as early as possible, so not when you introduce technology, but in the design. And in our canvas, we have 4 different approaches we take into account, and the number 1 is human-centric design. So involving stakeholders and also end users and people who will experience the effects, involve them as early as possible, and also take into account guidelines that are already here, such as the framework for trustworthy AI that presented us 7 important design requirements. So early involvement and yeah, keeping attention throughout the lifespan of an AI model.
Okay, are there any other questions? We have time for one more question. Anyone have a burning question that you'd like to ask? Okay, but you're getting off easy, okay? Then we're going to move on to the next stage, all right?
Yes.
I'd like to thank you for posing questions to Sebastian. We will take Sebastian away and grill him privately. Okay.
There is
there'll be no cameras around, so you won't be able to see what is happening.
There is one important thing I do want to add, because it's a Steve Jobs thing to end with a present, but also Maria. Also at each colloquium you tell me, entertain your audience. Yeah. So for that reason I invited a very good friend of mine, Aaron Nijhoff. You might know him. And I ask Aaron to entertain you for during my grilling. Yeah. Thank you very much.
We will leave and we will see you shortly.
Ja. Hoi. Hoi. Ja, dankjewel. Dankjewel. Goed dat je bent.
Ja.
Zo.
Welcome everybody. It's an honor to play on this special occasion, and I'm sort of a friend of the family, and I had the honor to play at Elisa and Sebastian's wedding. So hope you like the music as well. And I assume not everybody here is from the Netherlands. So this is a song about it's called Motherland. Where in hell can you go? Far from the things that you know, far from the sprawl of concrete that keeps crawling its way. About 1,000 miles a day. Take one last look behind, commit this to memory and mind. Don't miss this wasteland, this terrible place when you leave. Keep your heart off your sleeve. Motherland, cradle me, close my eyes, lullaby me to sleep. Keep me safe,
lie with me, stay beside me, don't go. Don't you go. Oh, my five and dime queen, tell me what have you seen? The lust and the avarice, the bottomless, the cavernous green. Is that what you see? Oh, motherland, cradle me, close my eyes, lullaby me to sleep. Keep me safe, lie with me, stay beside me, don't go. Don't you go. It's your happiness. It's your happiness I want most of all. And for that I'd do anything at all. Oh, mercy me, if you want the best of it. Oh, the most of all. If there is anything, I can do it all. Now come on, shotgun bright. What makes me envy your life? Faceless, nameless, innocent, blameless and free. Is that what you see? Oh, motherland, cradle me, close my eyes, lullaby me to sleep. Keep me safe, lie with me, stay beside me, don't go. Oh, motherland, cradle me, close my eyes, lullaby me to sleep. Keep me safe, lie with me, stay beside me, don't go. Don't go. Motherland. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Yeah, I was lucky. I think it was last week. They started the ticket sale for the Rolling Stones. So I'm the lucky one. I have a ticket. So this is one of one Rolling Stones song. It was written in the '60s when Brian Jones was still in the band, and Brian Jones, he started the Rolling Stones, and he also gave them the name, named after, I think it was a Muddy Waters song, but he also wrote, part of the song he wrote, it is the Rolling Stones. And by the way, if you feel like singing, just sing. We can do that now again. Actually, last year, you know, with the Corona situation, I was asked, then we could sing for 30 people or something. With, you know, usually there was a theater, and then maybe 500 people. You can, you know, could get in there, but then only 30 were allowed. And then they also said, well, don't ask the audience to sing because of. So, but now we're allowed again. So if you feel like it, do it. Okay, Ruby Tuesday. She would never say where she came from. Yesterday don't matter if it's gone. While the sun is bright, or in the darkest night, no one knows. She comes and goes. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. Who could hang a name on you when you change with every new day? Still, I'm gonna miss you. I don't know what happened. Don't question why she needs to be so free. Okay, now we make it acoustic now. She'll tell you it's the only way to be. She just can't be changed to a life where nothing's gained, nothing's lost. Such a call. Could hang a name on you when you change with every new day. Still, I'm gonna miss you. There's no time to lose, I heard her say. Catch your dreams before they slip away. Dying all the time. Lose your dreams and you lose your mind. Life unkind. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. Who could hang a name on you when you change with every new day? Still, I'm gonna miss you. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. Who could hang a name on you when you change with every new day? Still, I'm gonna miss you. Yeah, and then I had the Rolling Stones tickets, and then I heard that Bruce Springsteen was coming to the Netherlands. And I got Bruce Springsteen tickets too. The next song is about, Sebastian asked me if I could think of the subject searching, but this is some sort of searching which Bruce Springsteen did. It was a song about running away when he was growing up. He wanted to run away, and I recognized the feeling when I was growing up on a farm in East Holland, and probably about 45 minutes from here. Then at a certain age, you want to go for get away. You want to see the world, and so I ended up half an hour further in a city called Zwolle. So I had a big search, and I ran really hard, really fast. But this is, and the fun thing is about Bruce Springsteen, he wrote it in his biography. He said, and you always write these songs about going into the world and getting away from where you grew up and you didn't want to know all the old experiences or whatever. And then I did all of my life touring all around the world, and I ended up in the place where I was born and where I grew up. So he's living in Freehold now again, where he was born. So this is a Bruce Springsteen song. It's called Born to Run. In the day we sweated out on the street of a runaway American dream. At night we ride through mansions of glory and suicide machines sprung from cages on Highway 9, chrome wheel, fuel injected and stepping out over the line. Baby, this town rips the bones from your back. It's a death trap, it's a suicide rap. I wanna get out while I'm still young, 'cause tramps like us, baby, we were born to run. Well, when you let me in, I wanna be a friend. I wanna guard your dreams and visions. Just wrap your legs round these velvet rims. Strap your hands across my engines. And together we could break this trap. We'll run till we drop. Baby, we never go back. Walk with me out on the wire. Girl, I'm just a scared and lonely rider, and I gotta know just how it feels. I wanna know if love is wild. I wanna know if love is real. Beyond the palace, hemi-powered drones scream down the boulevard. The girls comb their hair in the rearview mirrors. The boys trying to look so hard. The amusement park rises both start. Kids are huddled on the beach in the mist. Well, I wanna die with you, Wendy, on the streets tonight, in a never-lasting kiss. Well, the highway's jammed with broken heroes on the last chance power drive. Everybody's out on the run tonight, but there ain't no place left to hide. And together we could live with the sadness. I love you with all the madness in my soul. Someday, girl, I don't know when we're gonna get to that place where we really wanna go, and we'll walk in the sun. Children tramps like us, baby, we were born to run. Oh, 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 Springsteen was a big Chuck Berry fan, and I'm a big Chuck Berry fan as well. One of the rock and roll pioneers, and yeah, I think John Lennon said, Bob Dylan said you could call Chuck Berry the Shakespeare of rock and roll. And John Lennon said, if you want to give rock and roll another name, you might as well call it Chuck Berry. So I had the honor to, he had big influence on Bruce Springsteen, on the Rolling Stones and the Beatles, and even Elvis covered these songs in his early days. And I wanted to say something with it. Oh yeah, that's a crazy story. In Amsterdam, he was playing in Amsterdam, and I think it was about 15 years ago or something, when he was still alive, and then he was already 88 or something. He was still duck walking, Chuck Berry. But I was standing in the elevator with Chuck Berry, and I wasn't expect to meet Chuck Berry in an elevator in Amsterdam. So a friend of mine said, well, you might as well ask him for an autograph, but you always have to be careful with Chuck Berry, because Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones tapped Chuck on his shoulder one time, and he got he hit him, and then he fell down. And Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones. And Keith said, well, he was the only guy who ever hit me I didn't hit back. Because he was, such a big influence on the Rolling Stones, a big hero. And so all of a sudden, you're eye to eye with Chuck Berry, king of rock and roll. And so I thought, okay, usually I don't ask autographs or photos or whatever. But yeah, it could be an exception for me anyway. But he was in a good mood, so I thought, I might be lucky. So I asked him for an autograph. Oh, sure, but I didn't, wasn't expect to ask Chuck Berry an autograph. So I didn't have paper, and I didn't have a pen, but I was looking for paper. And I said, sure, I'll get you an autograph. So, and the only thing I was holding in my jacket was a promo photo from Erwin Nijhoff, and that's me. So I was handing it over to Chuck Berry, and he was laughing. And but a pen, we don't have a pen. Oh, somebody had a pen, but there were more people in the elevator, and he was scribbling his autograph on a promo picture of Erwin Nijhoff. Yeah, it could have been worse. Couldn't it? Well, Chuck Berry then. Down Louisiana, cruising you want me. Red light in the woods of Louisiana green. The student on cabin made a birthday mark. Well, there's a country boy named Johnny B. Good, who never ever learned to read or write so well. Well, he could play the guitar just like a ring. Go, 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 Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Yeah. Johnny B. He used to carry his guitar in a dummy sack, or sit beneath a tree by the railroad track. Oh, and you knew he was sitting in the shade, strumming with the rhythm that the traffic played. When people passing by, they will stop and say, oh man, but that little country boy could play. Go, 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 Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Yeah. Johnny B. Good. Yep. Need an electric guitar. Good one. Well, this mother told us, honey, you will be a man, and you will be the leader of a big old band. Many people coming from miles around, but here you play your music to the sun go down. Maybe someday you will be like, say, Johnny B. Good tonight. Go, 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 go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Yeah. Johnny B. Good. Yeah. Hail, hail, rock and roll. Chuck Berry. Woo. The next song is one of my biggest heroes. He's the reason why I started to play guitar.
That's the king, that's Elvis. And I'm very lucky, they approached me for next year to do an Elvis project with a 10-piece band with horns and with singers and female singers and yeah, a full band, and really just as big as band as Elvis had in the 70s, almost. But this is an Elvis song, and the next song is going to be in that theater show next year as well. Maybe I didn't treat you quite as good as I should have. Maybe I didn't love you quite as often as I could have. Little things I should have said and done, I just never took the time. You were always on my mind. You were always on my mind. Maybe I didn't hold you all those lonely, lonely times. And I guess I never told you, girl, I'm so happy that you're mine. If I made you feel second best, girl, I'm so sorry I was blind. You were always on my mind. You were always on my mind. Tell me that your sweet love hasn't died. Give me one more chance to keep you satisfied. Oh, satisfied. Little things I should have said and done, I just never took the time. You were always on my mind. You were always on my mind. Tell me that your sweet love hasn't died. Give me one more chance to keep you satisfied. Oh, you were always on my mind. 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 You're always on my mind. Next song is pretty singable for the audience. So I might expect something. I hope you join in. Okay. The chorus is la 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 la. Possible? Hey, where did we go? The days when the rains came down in the hollow.
playing a new game, laughing and running, hey, hey, skipping and jumping in the misty morning fog where our hearts are thumbing you, brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. Whatever happened to Tuesday is so slow, going down your mind with a transistor radio, standing in the sunlight laughing, hiding behind a rainbow's wall, slipping and sliding all along the waterfall with you, brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. Do you remember when, here we go, we used to sing sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la, just like that, Judy, hey, not bad for starters. Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. So hard to find my way now that I'm on my own. What I saw you just the other day. Oh my, how you have grown. Cast my memories back there, Lord. Sometimes I'm overcome thinking about making love in the green grass behind the stadium with you, brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. Here we go again. Do you remember when we used to sing sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la? Come on! It's not a funeral. Come on! Hey! Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Beauty! Hey! We want more! Oh! Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Hey! I can't stop singing. Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Yeah. Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Hey. Thank you. Yeah. We'll do one more and then probably they're about to come back. And then Sebastian succeeded in every way and all. Well, we hope. Yeah. You might know the next one as well. By the way, thank you very much. Working for the man every night and day, and I never looked 1 minute of sleep and worried about the way things might have been. Big wheels keep on turning, round and keep on until they come back. Yeah? I don't know. At least one more, then I'll do one of my own. All these covers. This one I wrote with a friend of mine. He passed away 3 years ago, unfortunately. And oops. And he was a very special. He was a very special guy. André Grote, he was called, from Holland. He wrote great poems, great songs. It's a very unique person, so I miss him a lot. But the good thing about music is this song we wrote on our trip to France, and we ended up recording it in the studio where Elvis recorded Heartbreak Hotel, so it wasn't bad. So we were lucky. There was the time that the record companies still did spend some money on artists. Nowadays in Holland, they don't do that anymore. So I was lucky to record it with an American band and a producer and a full band with a gospel group behind it, a soul female singer group. It was really bombastic recorded, and this is the original version which we came up in a hotel in Coulandon, La France. The song is called For the First Time. Strange, strange sound hearing in my head, knowing that someone, though we've never met. And then my eyes could not believe a perfect vision of the goddess symphony. Before you came my way, I was hoping for a better day. My heart was burning, deep inside I see a mirrored face, true eyes glancing at me, showed me the deepest hidden love to be. And for the first time in my life, love heals this broken heart, no longer torn apart by love I have been denied. And for the first time in my life I can show new love with pride, no longer have to hide for the love lost inside. Going through my restless days, trying not to show the pain I am feeling deep inside of me. But I'd like to say to you in my way, you've touched the deepest, the strongest love in me. And for the first time in my life, love heals a broken heart, no longer torn apart by the love I have held inside. And for the first time in my life I can show this love for real, to show just what I feel of the love I can't hide. Hard to believe that you were heaven sent, hard to believe that I can kiss your heart every day. Hard to believe that I can touch you with my hands. Hard to believe that I can love you once again and again. Although I never dreamed that I would ever meet you in the end. by the love I have been denied. And for the first time in my life I can show you love with pride. I'm gonna leave it all behind, but I'm lost inside. For the first time in my life. Thank you. A long discussion, haven't they? We were going to stay here, or what it was? Do you know what? I think people can take a drink if they want. Oh, wait for Sebastian. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, then yeah, it's up to you. I could play a few more. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No. It wasn't in the contract, but I'll do it anyway. Invent something for that, some artificial intelligence. Whoops. Also one I wrote with Andre. For people who don't know me, I started in the gutter. Well, no. I started in the beginning of the 90s with a band called the Prodigal Sons. And we had quite a few successes. We played at Holland's biggest festival, and then we went to Germany and to Belgium and America. They were not big tours, but we had we were pretty good, doing pretty well. So I want to play a song from that area and era. This song I also wrote. It was on my American album, which I recorded in 2000. It's called "Song for You," and I broke my nails. I need the nails now, but I broke my nails. So see what happens. I used so many words for you. I wrote so many songs for you. Without any doubt, what I feel for you is true. I write these words for you. I sing my songs for you. I feel my blue for you. I wrote it all for you. For you. For you. I wrote it all for you. I did not know what to say. No word could pass my lips. Put these thoughts in the songs away. I shouldn't feel like this. I write these words for you. I sing my songs for you. I feel my blue for you. I wrote it all for you. I wrote it all. Here in the middle of the night, while I watch you dream away, the songs come back in my mind awake. I wrote it on with an honest heart. Feelings are so true, and without any doubt, I can sing it now for you. I can sing it now for you. For you, for you. For you, for you, song for you. Straight from my heart, straight into your mind when you are asleep, straight into the night. I write my songs, play my songs, sing my songs for you. The next song that comes to mind is a John Denver song, and he wrote some real well-known famous songs. But this one is, I think it wasn't one of his biggest hits, but it's a beautiful song. It's about relations, of course, problems in relations, but it's a beautiful song. It's cold here in the city, it always seems that way, and I've been thinking about you almost every day. Thinking about the good times, thinking about the rain, thinking about how bad it feels alone again. I'm sorry for the way things are in China. I'm sorry things ain't what they used to be. More than anything else, I am sorry for myself, 'cause you're not here with me. Our friends all ask about you, I say you're doing fine. I expect to hear from you almost any time. They all know I'm crying, I can't sleep at night. They all know I'm dying down deep inside. I'm sorry for all the lies I told you. I'm sorry for the things I didn't say. More than anything else, I'm sorry for myself. I can't believe you anyway. I'm sorry if I took some things for granted. I'm sorry for the chains I put on you. living without you. Again, thank you. I ran out of songs. No, I'm kidding. No, I'll play a few more. Hopefully this one. I don't know what's wrong with the equipment. Yeah, another great Springsteen song. Yeah. For years I did Bruce Springsteen tributes, and every gig I did with my band or solo acoustic. Everybody, there was always somebody asking, do you play Thunder Road? And I always had to say, no, I don't play Thunder Road. So I did some homework, so I learned the song. Rock and roll poetry. Screen door slam, Mary's dress sways. Like a vision, she dances across the porch as the radio plays. Roy Orbison singing for the lonely. Hey, that's me and I want you only. Don't turn me on again, I just can't face myself alone again. Don't run back inside, darling, you know just what I'm here for. Are you scared and you're thinking that maybe we ain't that young anymore? Show a little faith, there's magic in the night. You ain't a beauty, but hey, you're alright. Oh, and it's alright with me. You can hide beneath your covers and study your pain. The crosses from your lover, throw roses in the rain. Waste your summer praying in vain for a savior to rise from these streets. Well, now I'm no hero that's understood. All the redemption I can offer, girl, is beneath this dirty hood. With a chance to make it good somehow. Hey, what else can we do now? Except roll down the windows and let the wind blow back your hair. Well, the night's busting open, these two lanes will take us anywhere. We got one last chance to make it real. Trading these wings on some wheels. Climbing back heavens, waiting down on the track. Oh, come take my hand. We're riding out to match you, case to promised land. Open, but the ride ain't free. And I know you're lonely.
scream your name at night in the street. Your graduation gown lies in rags at their feet. And you're lonely cool before dawn. You hear the engine roaring on. But when you get to the porch there, gone on the wind. Mary Clement. It's a town full of losers. Pulling out of here to win.
Sebastian's back. Applaus voor Sebastian. Yay.
In de mixgrill. Alle hoeken en gaten gezien. Dus allemaal wat langer nodig. Gewoon veel vragen, maar ik denk wel een mooie discussie. En, we gaan kijken wat ze ervan vinden. Maar goed. Kom elkaar. Nee, ik vind dit soort bijeenkomsten hartstikke leuk. En de wetenschappelijke discussie is natuurlijk, dat gaat ook best hard en soms op verschenen. Maar het zet het boel op spanning. En dus vanuit alle hoeken en gaten kregen we een vraag en op een gegeven moment ook wel meer toekomstgericht. Dat is wel een leuk idee voor vervolgonderzoek. Ik heb niet even te schrijven, maar dus nee, het was een mooie sessie en fantastisch dat jullie allebei zijn. En ik hoop dat jullie hebben genoten van entertainment. Ja.
Wou jij nog een verzoeknummer of wil je nog wat zeggen?
Nee,
Ja?
ik wil jou gewoon
Bedankt. Ja, bedankt.
Ja,
leuk om hierbij aanwezig te zijn.
Duetje.
Duetje. Nee, Sebastian had een verzoeknummer en tenminste, vind je het goed dat ik het overneem? Ja, goed, het is zijn dag. Ik bedoel, je wordt daar gewoon gevraagd, maar we hadden afgesproken ook zijn verzoeknummer nog te spelen, of dat ik er nu nog 2 zou doen. Maar dan doe ik eentje, maar dan wil ik je echt allemaal horen zingen. Heel makkelijke refrein. Hey! Hey! Nou, dan. Here I stand, head in hand, turn my face to the wall. If she's gone, I can go on, feeling 2 foot small. Everywhere people stare, each and every day. I can see them laugh at me, and I hear them say, Sebastian, jongens, allemaal. Hey, you got to hide your love away. Jullie, yep. Hey, you got to hide your love away. How can I even try? I can never win. Hearing them, seeing them in the state of man. How could she say to me, love will find a way? Gather round, all you clowns, let me hear you say. Yep, here we go. Hey, you got to hide your love away. Really?
more time. Hey, hey, you've got to hide your love away. Yep, here we go. Hey, you've got to hide your love away. One last song, and thanks that I was part of this extraordinary situation. no, het was heel bijzonder. It's very special to be part of it. And this was one of Sebastian's favorite songs. I auditioned with it, the Springsteen song again, The Voice of Holland 10 years ago. In Holland, it's you can't, it's problematic to use the term "the voice" because all kinds of stuff is happening nowadays with Me Too and coming out, all kind of scandals come out. And I can assure you, I did everything to try to kiss Angela Groothuizen, but she didn't want to kiss me. So it's a very bad joke. But anyway, I auditioned with this song, and especially for Sebastian. Thank you very much, everybody. Yep. I come from down the valley where mister when you're young they bring you up to do like your daddy done. Me and Mary, we met in high school when she was just 17. We drive out of this valley where the fields were green. We go down to the river, and into the river we drive. Oh, down to the river we did ride. And I got Mary pregnant, and man, that was all she wrote. For my 19th birthday, I got a union card and a wedding coat. We went down to the courthouse, and the judge put it on to rest. No wedding day smiles, no walk down the aisle, no flowers, no wedding dress. That night we went down to the river, into the river we drive. Oh, down to the river we did ride. Aye, aye, aye. I got a job working construction at the Johnstown Company. But lately there ain't been no work on account of the economy. Now them things that seem so important, Mr. they vanished right into the air. I just act like I don't remember her. Mary acts like she don't care, but I remember us riding in my brother's car about it 10 and went down in the reservoir. Right on them backside highway, pull her close just to feel each breath she takes. Now those memories come back to haunt me. Well, they haunt me right
don't come true? Or is it something worse that sends me down to the river? Oh, I know the river is dry. It sends me down to the river tonight. Aye, aye, aye. Down to the river, my baby and I. Oh, down to the river we do ride.
Sebastian, can I ask you to come and stand here next to me? I wish I was here while the music was going on. I'm a bit nuts about music. I don't play a musical instrument. My father was a jazz musician, a very naughty one. So my mother banned us from learning any instruments. But at least my father left me with a love of music, so I really enjoyed that now. Yeah. Sebastian, the first question that people normally ask is, has he graduated or not? And I can tell you that he's graduated. But I can also extend that news by saying that he has graduated cum laude. Well done. Congratulations to the supervisors as well. Yours, Maria. Congratulations to you. I'd like to thank the external examiners, Luis and Martin, and then of course the company supervisor. Where's Marcel? Oh, he's right at the back. Okay. All right. Thank them. We have the formalities to conclude. So there's some signing. I have to sign some documents, and you have to sign some documents. And then also, I need you also to make some copies of those documents and email it to me, the signed copies. All right? Okay, that's a promise. Otherwise, we withdraw something. Okay, so shall we go over there and just, if you want to just come on the side, let me just get the necessary documents. And I'll explain to people, as I sign it, I'll explain to people, this is something that only I need to sign, and this is just the PDEng graduation and education certificate. All right, you get an opportunity. You were talking about being non-invasive. Yeah. Okay. Also, your transcript of the records of your symbols, etc., your grades, that you'll also get. So let me just sign that off as well. Okay. I can just put that in here. Just give me a moment. So that's all. Sebastian also undertook coursework for 2 programs, for civil engineering as well as the BIT program. So to certify that he's done that, Louis and I prepared a letter that explains to whom it may concern. This is to certify that Jean-Paul Sebastian Piest has successfully completed the coursework components for 2 PDEng programs, namely civil engineering and BIT. Yeah, so well done. Okay. Now, since we weren't sages and we didn't know, we had no crystal ball, so we had no idea whether we was going to be awarded cum laude or not, we prepared 2 diplomas. All right? And so I have to give you the correct one to sign. Okay. All right. So this one I can take back with me because it needs to be disposed of responsibly. Yeah. Okay. And this one is the correct one. You can check. Has successfully completed the postgraduate design program in civil engineering cum laude. All right. So I'm going to sign this, and then you can sign it, and then you can take many photographs of me signing it. Because I'm getting very nervous here with all the clicks. So you may over there. Yeah. Okay, and I'll get out of the way.
All right.
All right. And now I may hand this over to you. You may hold it. Yeah. And I can then give you a... Well done. Let me just explain to you, I need a copy of this, and I also need a copy of the 2 signed documents here. Okay, right. But this is yours. Okay. Oh, wow. All right. Once again, congratulations, and I hope you have a wonderful time doing your PhD. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're going to have a chance to make a speech. Okay. But I'd first like Maria to come up and say a few words on behalf of...
Okay. Well, my speech is not so long. I'm going to tell you something about how we met, and we went quite a long way back. I met him when he was a business consultant at a software company here in the area. He was a quite successful one. And then he asked me to become his master supervisor in his MBA. And then one day he comes to my office and he says, I want to become a university professor. And I said, what is wrong with you? How can you throw away a very successful and well-paid job in Korea to become a boring old... I wanted to make sure that he understands what is he getting into. And that happened about 4 years ago. And then since then, he published, he supervised students, he managed, I think, 4 projects. He managed me, which is even more difficult. He contributed to, I think, 3 project proposals. He helped several of my colleagues and myself to build consortia. He is also an excellent networker. I think the only person which is probably as good as he is Jos here in the first row. But students always surpass their teachers, so he is now very active at the top level in our top sector logistics. He is influencing the research agenda for the coming projects. I have a whole list. I can become really boring. He's teaching. He got involved in many courses, but also in executive programs that we have here at the university. He got his university teaching qualifications, which Jos didn't. I'm not going to forget you.
That's a secret.
So if I am to say it in a couple of words, what Sebastian is and what he's doing, he is a miracle worker. I don't know how he can get so much energy to do all this stuff next to this PDEng. So I think he's a great colleague. I think he has a good future with us. I hope he will stay with us. And I think the only thing that is between you and this nice dream of yours to become a grey, old, boring professor is this little PhD that you have to finish. But for the rest, I think you did a great job. the work you did is the result of several projects, and you are clearly very passionate about bringing science to the real world. So congratulations for me, and we go forward on Monday.
Maybe thank you for those words. I'm a little bit worried now with this grey hair. Sebastian, take a look, eh? When I came to the University of Twente, in 2006, I had hair. Thank you for those words. Can I ask Marcel to come to the front and say a few words?
Yeah, you gave me the opportunity to speak just a few words. My name is Marcel Woutersen. I'm also part of SEP's life for 10 years. I work for company Amons, and a lot of work we did together. I also own the company DeltaGo, and a lot of work we did together for the last 10 years. So first of all, also my congratulations to you, Lisa, and to all the fans and family that are here. Well, we met 10 years ago, approximately. I should have taken a picture. I kind of really like that was he provided a guest college, so and it was on Simacan, and it was on control towers, and it was exactly what we are busy on working today. It looks like the same puzzle we're trying to solve, but it looks like, wow, the puzzles are maybe falling into each other. Still same challenge, but I think we're moving ahead. So there was this guy coming out of the, I thought, no, it cannot be Piest. You know, I was expecting, you know, an old guy from a consultancy firm. And there was this young, good-looking man coming out. But he knew his stuff, and we were connected ever since. I think we did more than 10 projects. Whenever I had stupid ideas about how to improve businesses using intelligence or blending it into the operations, we set up either projects or we worked on it together. So I'm really proud to be part of his working life and be part of this episode in your work. And I can also tell you that the company is really happy, because it really looks like we're moving forward from this, and more importantly, a lot of people are really, really excited about the steps we're taking. So that's the energy you bring. So you bring not only the energy, but also smart and hard work. I'm really proud to call you my friend. So, hey, thanks, man.
Thank you for those kind words. Sebastian, if you'd like to say a few words.
Yes, I've spoken a lot. I do want to thank you, first of all, Maria, for believing in me and giving me the opportunity to make this kind of bold U-turn in my career. But also from the German perspective, bringing it here into Enschede and in the Netherlands, very, very much appreciated. Also, you really push me to do that extra step, so energy is good, but getting that extra step again as well, and I think you deserve also a very nice applause. Of course, the colleagues from the committee, and also Jos, Martin, Louis, and Sergey. Marcel already got a bottle, but I have a very nice picked special bottle that I would like to give to you to celebrate. So one for you. Thank you very much.
This is a secret corner.
Secret stash. There's also some replay.
Also, dankjewel. Yes.
Is Marcel?
Yeah, Marcel already got one. I have a box. box waiting for you. Again, thank you everybody for coming here. And as stated in the shout out, it's not just me, it's a really team-based effort. So this is something I really want to encourage here in the university. Not to go just for the single egos and for the impact factors and what we like to get rated on, but also go for team-based science and also take these ideas serious and bring them into practice. So I hope that I've shown you how this can be done on a small scale in logistics. And I will continue to do so, and happy to also continue to work but on a more fundamental side to get the PhD in place. So thank you all again, and to be continued at the drinks.
We have a present for you on behalf of Piest's main department, Industrial Engineering and Business Information Systems.
Oh, wow.
This is something which will make you proud of being
all right.
at our university.
Ladies and gentlemen, it leaves me with one task, and that is to officially close this graduation ceremony. Thank you very much for coming, and I hope you have a wonderful time at the drinks, and yeah, have fun tonight.
Yes.
You deserve it. Yeah.
En dan neem ik de andere, die is voor jou, die hoef ik geen kopie, daar heb ik al een kopie van. Ja? En die neem ik mee en die moeten wij.
Ja, fantastisch. Dankjewel. Ja, fantastisch. Dankjewel.
Tot de volgende keer, Louis. Ja. Okay.
Ja, dat klopt.
Nou.
Wow.
Yeah, just grab a few things.
Ja, dat ging van alle kanten los, ja.
Over week 3 of zo heb ik een meeting. Ja, ik wil één drankje aan de
Jij ook bedankt, hè, voor een mooie bijdrage.
Sebastian,
Ik ga even naar de 4-1.